Hello, everyone. This is day 8 of the Dan Markel murder Remastered 2019 trial. On this day, the state closes its case in chief with the final witnesses, finishing the examination of Special Agent Sanford, calling another FBI special agent who was involved in the bump, Special Agent Bronstein, and recalling lead detective Craig Esom and financial expert Mary Hull. Then, after the court heard defense motions for judgment of acquittal, the defendants began to present their case, calling two witnesses Sergeant Downing of the Florida Highway Patrol and cell phone expert John Sawicki.
Katherine's lawyers also called witnesses, including investigator Mike Dillmore, Sergeant Chris Corbett, investigator Jason Newland, and retired lead detective Craig Isom.
Very serious.
Why is this spot for this? It's gonna be here. But I'm hoping the witness can just like put his hand up and point to it.
Okay.
I'm okay if I'm walking this though, right?
Yeah. Only when he says, "Let the jury step out and have a negotiate." We got a pointer here. Are you gonna do anything on the screen? The pointer.
Oh, that'd be huge.
Yeah.
Is that gonna get in the way?
Little thing. It's like sort of lightweight boards and channel.
The boards themselves
It
are
was amazing how lightweight they were to have so much stuff.
I gotta go lightweight on these because I have to carry it all. You're like a, come on, I ain't that level. I am their helper.
Morgan and Morgan.
They're everywhere.
A couple of guys from up here just moved to Orlando. Wouldn't work for him.
Their slogan.
Okay.
You see this one before. Oh, that's not gonna work.
Right, and I got the water over there.
Yeah, it's in that time.
I don't get them that. But I will refill it if Here we go. Another day. Yeah, he always tells the jury to be ready.
Just double sided adhesive. Well, I'm not gonna tell you what's special about it. Come on now, I'm not messing around with these things. We go old school. This is like arts and crafts.
You see how they.
You here today, Jay?
Ma'am?
Are you here?
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm not. No, that's why I'm. Shut up.
Made you laugh like that.
Well, everybody knows. Well, start off with morning, everybody. And I know so thank you for running me. Okay, yeah. I think it's got nothing but they usually. That's what I'm saying. Can I take them up there and talk to them?
I like to say it's left field, sir.
You know better. I mean, I mean, and I can tell by the way you said it, that you haven't said anything. But I'm like, that's part of my.
Thank you so much.
Responsibility.
Yeah, I
I'm
got
just gonna tell us, just lost a piece of it. It's wonderful. A lot.
I'm good. I actually know what they're talking about. Yeah, there's not. Sorry, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm not gonna take it, so.
No, that exhibit number of your required house.
Yes, OCD is additional calls to sample last night.
I got the medal. I'm gonna see if I can see his doppelganger. Kaplan, how are you? Norris. Good, good, good. No, chatty, chatty. There you go. This my panel? No, no. Pick up here. There you go.
Just that one, my bad, but-
Amazing. I ate bison. Saying it's like all around. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, let me say after the pod, you want to go with her? She's cool for the for one. Sorry, I forgot the email.
Well, he's gonna want her stuff.
Yeah, I asked her. I was already, it was your, was I? Okay. All right. Fourth line senators, Honorable Judge James C. Hankinson presiding.
We're here in the state of Florida. First, Garcia and Magbanua, let the record reflect defendants present with their attorneys. Let me take up one issue. Mr. Sanguinet asked a question at the end of the day about time for preparation for closing. I didn't give him much of an answer. Probably deserves a little better answer there. There's still too many variables to know for sure, but it's unlikely that I'm going to stop the trial to provide recess time for closing preparation. So you probably need to do that on your own time. I will say we will have to have a charge conference. It takes the court some time to prepare jury instructions. So the best I can suggest is a little division of labor among the attorneys, but all parties have multiple attorneys, so a little division of labor might help on that. Any other issues we need to deal with before we move back into closing argument from the state?
No, sir.
Defense?
No, Your Honor. Good morning.
No, Your
No, you're on.
Well, good. We'll start with the jury. 9 o'clock. All right.
Yes, sir.
Honor.
It's not a second. I'm just throwing it here. I'll be here. No, I'll pull it up on some.
Right, but that sounds good, right?
This pedophile, that's the other day,
Oh, yeah, it's up. He wants it just enough so he can play.
Wait on one should be coming any second.
Georgia, do you have the photo?
How was it? It didn't come through. This is
Okay.
fine.
That's fine. I'm not worried about the order. I have the order.
You're in order.
For a second, I was very confused.
No, actually, not very functioning was the chat. So if you were wrong, then I was wrong. Convinced.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Mr. Costa.
Thank you. Agent Sanford, you're with the FBI, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a special agent.
Correct.
I just want to clarify for the jury, all agents are special agents, right?
With the FBI, correct.
You start as a special agent.
Correct.
Just to clarify that there's not something special about you as an agent. You're all special.
That's correct.
You've been there 20 years, right?
That's correct.
And in those 20 years, you've worked on about a dozen homicide cases.
In my FBI career, correct.
Now, you've worked many more cases than those 12 or so homicide cases, right?
That's correct.
A vast majority of the cases that you've worked have been federal prosecutions.
Quite a few of them, yes.
You would agree with me that it's not standard. It does happen, but it's not standard that the Federal Bureau of Investigation comes in on a state level prosecution.
It happens quite a bit.
It happens when help is needed outside of Leon County. That would be an example, right?
That's sometimes an example, yes.
And that was one of the reasons why you were brought into this case, because help was needed outside of Leon County, right?
At the beginning, yes.
What does FBI stand for?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
You would agree with me that the purpose of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is to investigate by its name, right?
That's one of our purposes.
Now, it's not just to investigate, and just talking about the investigation portion, not just to investigate, but to objectively investigate a case, right?
Sure, that's correct.
You shrugged a little bit there. Why?
Because we investigate a wide variety of things and we need to cover those aspects.
We're just talking about when you're brought onto a case, state level homicide prosecution, you're investigating it, that your job is to objectively investigate it versus subjectively investigate it.
Sure.
So you agree with me that your job is to objectively investigate a case,
That's one of our jobs, correct.
whether it is state or federal.
Correct.
And once you've done your objective investigation, then present what you have to the prosecution. Right?
Yes, correct.
That will be your role in a case like this.
One of our roles, correct.
I want to talk to you about your theory of the case. Agent, you've seen that board before, right?
Just a few minutes ago.
You know who all those people are, right?
Yes, I do.
You have to the far right, you have Dan Markel.
Yes,
To his left, on the top, you have Wendy Adelson,
correct.
then Harvey Adelson,
Correct.
Donna Adelson,
Yes.
Charles Adelson,
Yes.
my client Katherine Magbanua,
Yes.
Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes.
Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And you believe that that is the group, more or less, that caused the death of Dan Markel.
Correct.
Adelson's wanted it to happen, right?
Correct.
Rivera and Garcia did it,
Yes,
and the connection is through Katherine Magbanua.
that's correct.
The four people on the top, the Adelsons. Let's start with Harvey Adelson. Has he ever been arrested on this case?
No,
Ever been charged?
no, he's not.
What about his wife, Donna?
No, not yet.
Daughter, Wendy?
No,
Let's go back to that. Not yet. You plan on arresting Donna Adelson?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Wendy Adelson. Ever been arrested?
no,
Ever been charged?
no.
We're talking about this case, of course.
Correct.
Charles Adelson. Has he ever been arrested in relation to the murder of Dan Markel?
No,
Ever been charged?
No.
Now, focusing on Katherine Magbanua, the only witness who gives you any testimony about Katherine Magbanua's involvement is Luis Rivera, right?
Correct.
He's the only one.
Correct.
He was originally looking at the death penalty, right?
I don't know what he was looking at. I don't charge him.
Well, you worked murder cases before.
Correct.
It's not abnormal for you to work them. You know about them, right?
Yes, I do.
And in a case like this, with the facts that you have, that would lead to a charge of first-degree murder, right?
It's possible, not in every case.
You know in this case that Luis Rivera was charged with first-degree murder, right?
Correct.
In first-degree murder normally carries with it the death penalty.
Correct.
Or life.
Sure.
He cooperated, right?
Correct.
Became your witness, right?
Correct.
In exchange for that needle coming out of his arm, right?
I don't know what he exchanged it for, but he did cooperate.
And it was his words, and only his words, that resulted in the arrest of Katherine Magbanua.
That's incorrect.
Let's go through the chronology of dates. Luis Rivera talks to you. He gives his formal statement to you for the first time on September 30th, right?
Correct.
How many days later was Katherine Magbanua arrested?
The next day.
How many hours?
I don't know the hours.
Less than 24, right?
Possibly.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the Latin Kings, real quick. You have professional experience with them, right?
Correct.
They're a criminal organization,
Yes.
well organized.
Somewhat.
They make money through crime,
Correct.
including murder.
Yes.
It's a Latin-based gang.
Yes.
Miami has a large Latin population,
That's correct.
meaning they have a strong presence in South Florida.
Yes.
Luis Rivera is not just a member, right?
Right.
He's what's called the head crown.
He's one of the leaders of the North Tribe, my understanding.
He's the boss.
Correct.
He's the godfather.
Of the North Tribe, yes.
Luis Rivera has a family with Jessica Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
Whether it's his wife or his girlfriend, they're very close, right?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Part of your involvement coming onto the case being the tentacles down in other areas. You went down to South Florida, and on 2 separate occasions, you met with Jessica Rodriguez, right?
Correct.
Both of those conversations were recorded, right?
That's correct.
Now, there was a third one, a third phone call with Sherry Bennett. You know about that, right?
I was told about it. I was not present for it.
And that's a recorded phone call.
I don't know.
Now, let's put Luis Rivera aside for a second. Talk about the other evidence that you believe that you have against Katherine Magbanua. Let me know if I'm leaving anything out. Bank deposits, right?
Yes.
Breast surgery,
Yes.
the car,
Yes.
the patterns of phone calls,
Yes.
paychecks,
Yes.
and then post bump, more patterns of phone calls,
Correct.
what we refer to as Dolce Vita,
Correct.
in that she didn't contact the police.
That's correct.
That sums it all up, right?
No, not necessarily.
Let's go through each one, and you can let us know what we're leaving out. Before we get into the specifics of it, let's talk about how you approached the investigation of Katherine Magbanua. You're investigating this case. You come onto the case in 2014, right?
That's correct.
Days after, you're brought in, you're the lead agent involved in it.
Correct.
Now, you guys investigate Priuses all over the state, all over the Southeast.
Correct.
You investigate any and all leads that you can,
That's correct.
but it comes up with nothing.
Correct.
Nobody else was arrested in relation to this, right?
That's correct.
You eventually come back to this theory that the Adelsons were behind it, right?
Correct.
And then more evidence develops, and then you learn of Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
You want her to cooperate, right?
Correct.
To give you the people that you think caused this to happen.
To tell the truth.
My question to you is to give you the people that caused this to happen.
My answer is for her to tell the truth.
You want her to cooperate. That's what you'd like to see happen personally.
Sustained.
That's personally what you,
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may impeach.
No, you can move on.
Going to the next topic. To get her to cooperate, you needed to build a case, right?
Repeat that question.
To get her to cooperate, you needed to investigate and get evidence against her, right?
People cooperate without evidence. People just come forward and cooperate with us and tell us the truth sometimes without evidence against them.
Well, that's not what you did here. What you did is you started to investigate. You started to look into the bank deposits, the breast surgery, the car, the call activity, right?
Correct.
To tighten the screws.
No, to find out the truth.
Now, you found facts. You found the facts that we just talked about, the other non-Rivera stuff. You found that, right?
Correct.
On its face, a woman driving around, Adelson's Lexus. She has children with Garcia, who knows Rivera. She dated Adelson. On its face, looks incriminating, right?
That's not what led us to her.
My question, though, is it looks incriminating. You can agree with me.
Sure.
It's okay.
Sure.
All right. And that's how it was presented here. Katherine is, Miss Magbanua was driving around in the Adelson's black Lexus. That's your words, driving around, right?
I said I saw her in the Lexus, yes.
And that's, again, good evidence for your theory up here.
It's a piece of the evidence, yes.
Unless, and we're just talking about this piece right now, unless it was a legitimate purchase, right?
Not necessarily.
Let's talk about the condition of the car. What year?
I think it was a 2001.
So it would be 13 years old, give or take, in 2014?
Correct.
The mileage. Do you know what it is?
No.
If I were to say 160,000 miles, would that seem correct?
I have no idea.
Do you know if the car was involved in any accidents?
I'm not sure.
Would you agree with me? Actually, let me show you Magbanua 1. You've seen this before, right?
Correct.
It's a car titled the Lexus.
Yes.
Now, you could for the jury. Can you see on here the mileage of the car? Three arms out.
Yeah, I'm looking up. That's the written mileage, yeah, 160,000 miles exactly.
You agreed, you looked at this objectively, right?
Yes.
You just said it there, you go, that's the written mileage.
Correct.
Insinuating that somehow it was written there falsely.
Because I have to take that with a grain of salt. It was handwritten on there, not verified by anybody.
Do you know the difference of looking at the world through clean windows versus dirty windows?
Absolutely, and that's how I looked at it.
Okay, so looking at it through clean windows, there's a title for a vehicle, selling price $1,700, 160,000 miles, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that this was not exactly a new car,
That's correct.
not a fancy car. You have evidence that it was a legitimate purchase.
I had evidence of the title. I had no other evidence to show that it was paid for legitimately.
So, again, looking at it objectively, no evidence that she didn't pay for it.
There was no evidence that she did pay for it, and I'll look for that.
Okay. Let's talk about how you investigated it. Or better yet, how you didn't investigate it. You didn't deem it relevant to investigate any further, right?
Can't object to the argument. No.
Sustained.
Did you deem it relevant to investigate it?
Yes, to a certain extent.
And what extent is that?
Trying to find if a purchase was made with through checks, through cash withdrawals, through a loan, through her finances.
Do you remember what you said in deposition?
No, not off the top of my head.
Would it help you to take a look at it?
Sure.
Pages 73, 74, starting on line 16. Take a look.
John?
Yeah, you're gonna start on line 16, just read down. Let me know if that helps. It was on the next page.
Yes, I recall that.
You didn't deem it relevant, did you?
I did not find the blue book value to be relevant, which is what you were asking me in my deposition.
So the Lexus itself is relevant against her here in trial, but it's not. The idea of the Lexus is relevant here in trial, but to investigate it, it's not.
No.
Judgment argument.
Sustained.
Doesn't fit your theory of Katherine Magbanua purchased an old beat up Lexus from the guy she was working with, the guy she used to date, right?
Judgment argument.
Sustained.
Let's go to the wiretaps. We have government's 138. You remember yesterday how there was call RR played, and I won't replay all these, but how it was played yesterday, and there was a phone call from May 13th, how Charles helped her pay for tires for the Lexus.
Correct.
Good for the theory, right? He's buying her things.
Correct.
Now, yesterday I asked you to review some CDs of other phone calls,
Yes.
and you did that, right?
Reviewed some of them. Other ones I had to just look at the summary because I didn't have time to review them all.
Now, there's one CD labeled 1672-934, and that's from April 22nd of 2016. You reviewed that CD, right?
Which CD was it? 1672.
Correct.
That was the call numbers. 1672. That is not here.
We'll come back to that. You have all of them up there, right?
All the CDs, I believe so. The ones you left up here.
We'll circle back around. You've listened to all the phone calls, though, right?
Every phone call on the wire? No.
So you may or may not have listened now to call 1672.
I'm not positive which one that is. I was in Miami for a lot of the wire.
Well, we take a brief break. We'll grab it. We'll bring it up and we'll come back to that.
Okay.
In the review of the calls that you did review, you remember hearing conversations about how Katherine purchased the vehicle from Charles Adelson for $2,500, right?
No, not in the conversation. I remember conversations where he's telling her to get it titled, but she had the vehicle.
Again, we'll come back to call 1672.
Okay.
Let's go over to the paychecks now. Your theory that she's getting paychecks from a place that she's not working, right? That's your theory.
That's what the evidence shows.
Now, the evidence you say, you're talking about the poll camera, the 8 months worth of video that you took out in front of Katherine Magbanua's house, right?
That's some of the evidence, correct.
That's the evidence that you have that you believe that she wasn't working there because she wasn't physically going to the Adelson Institute, right?
Along with her cell phone that showed she wasn't going, yes.
Now, we'll get into that. Charles Adelson, a traveling periodontist, right?
Correct.
Never at one location really for that long. He's traveling around to different dental offices. He's all over the place, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Now, you learned that Katherine Magbanua's job for the Adelson Institute is to contact patients, right?
No, I did not learn that.
Yesterday, when we played Call E, you remember that, in Government's 138.
Okay.
You remember at the 1031 mark where Charles says to Katherine, did you call those patients?
Okay.
Do you want to hear it again?
No, I believe you.
You agree with me that there's evidence in a phone call from your wiretaps where Charles is telling Katherine, call the patients.
I agree that Charles told her a lot of things like, thanks for cleaning up on the weekend too.
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about the fact. Now, let's back up here. The bump happens on what date?
The bump is on the 19th of April, 16.
Say that again now.
April 19th.
April 19th. And you would agree with me that there was no communication to these people that they were being monitored.
These people, which people?
The people that you had wiretapped, Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
You don't send them notification, hey, we're taking a wiretap on you, because you're trying to catch pure communications, right?
Not ahead of time. That's correct.
In front of you, you have a CD for 899-519/520.
Yes,
You listened to that last night, right?
correct.
Now that's a call from April 15th, 2016,
That's correct.
days before the bump,
Correct.
days before anybody would think, hey, we may be getting wiretapped.
Correct.
And on that call, Katherine says,
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
and on that
This is
call,
one of the ones in evidence, is it not?
it's not, Your Honor, I got a
I
pre-marked.
sustain the objection.
Defense moves in, what's pre-marked is defense 26.
Objection,
Hearsay.
sustain.
Agent, the phone calls that you reviewed that are pre-bump, there's no conversation, I don't work for you, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Let's go back to the investigation. What wasn't done? You learned that her job is contacting patients.
That's incorrect. I heard that on the call, but that's one of many conversations they had. I
Okay.
did not learn any other way that she was doing that.
You believe she doesn't work there because she's not going to a location because her cell phone shows that, right?
And because we're listening to her phone and there's no calls being made to patients.
You don't know her job description, whether it requires her to go to the office, right?
No, we don't.
You don't know what software the Adelson Institute runs to allow people to work remotely, right?
No, we don't.
You don't know that they use Dentrix where you can log in and you can view patient files, right?
No idea.
You don't know if she was supplied a work phone or as a home line to be communicating with those patients, right?
There was no evidence of that. She actually made comments about working on her cell phone.
There's no evidence because it wasn't investigated, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Is it your computer that's speaking?
I think so. I just unplugged it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe there's an objection for the government.
I'm sorry, the beep distracted me. I'm sorry. The objection is what?
Argumentative.
Sustain.
Agent, you're aware that people can make phone calls through internet devices as well too, right?
On a case-by-case basis, yes, it's possible.
So what you're saying is that you have evidence that she's using her phone for work, but at the same time saying that's evidence that she's not working there?
No, there was no evidence that she was using that phone for work. She stated she used that phone for work, and we had zero evidence of it because we were listening to all of her calls.
Now, again, you objectively investigated all of this.
Correct.
At some point in time, you get Charles Adelson's iCloud messages, right?
Correct.
His Apple information.
Is Apple information correct?
You went through all of it, right?
I personally didn't go through all of it, no.
This may be where the problem is. Showing you.
Objection,
Mr.
sorry.
DeCoste, jury disregard counsel's comment.
Showing you where it's been entered in as defense 15. Before I show you that though, when was it that Katherine Magbanua started receiving checks from the Adelson Institute? You remember?
I don't remember the exact date. I want to say it was around September of 14.
If I were to say that the first check in the memo line was September 15, 2014 through September 18, 2014,
Sounds
does that
correct.
seem about right?
Seems about right.
Showing you has been entered in as 15. Ever seen that before?
No, I have not.
So this is a text message from Katherine Magbanua to Charles Adelson saying, I'll let you know on my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again.
Okay.
And if you could take a look at the top of that where the timestamp is. What's the relation of the timestamp date?
9/14. 9/14/14.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that's one day before the date of employment in the memo line.
Sure.
Let's go to the next topic. Breast surgery. At some point you get the records, her medical records from the breast surgery that she had, right?
Those are sent to TPD, not to me.
But you see it eventually, right?
I don't think I saw the records, no.
You know about it.
Yes.
I'm not gonna ask you specifics on it, but you know about it.
Yes, correct.
The breast surgery was paid for partly in cash, mostly in cash, right?
Correct.
And you believe that that goes to your theory. But that was a gift from Charles Adelson for helping commit the murder of his brother-in-law, right?
Partially, yes.
You cannot say where that cash came from, can you?
No, we couldn't trace it back to anything, any legitimate purpose, legitimate source.
That goes right into our next topic, the cash, including the cash deposits. You can't say where any of the cash that was deposited into her account came from, right?
No, we cannot.
Let's talk about what investigation you did. You learn that Catherine was working at nightclubs. 2013, 2014, right?
Correct.
You had no doubt that she was working at nightclubs. Your words.
Right.
And one, working VIP bottle service in a nightclub in Miami would make cash tips, right?
Correct.
In your investigation of Katherine Magbanua, of course, you looked at her social media, right?
Some of it, yes.
You went through the photos. You, in conjunction with the Tallahassee Police Department, subpoenaed her Facebook records, right?
That's correct.
And on her Facebook account, there are photos. You looked at those. You looked at communications, anything you could find to help build your case.
Correct.
Showing you a pre-marked as the bench 21. You know what that is, right?
Yes, I've seen it.
That's a photograph.
I was just hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection.
You know that that's a photograph from Katherine Magbanua's Facebook account, right?
That's correct.
Now you know that because you reviewed it and she's in the photo.
Correct.
And that fairly and accurately depicts what you saw on Facebook, right?
The historical Facebook, correct.
Moved in was been pre-marked as defense 21.
Objection.
Hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. Be admit 21, defense Magbanua, defense 21.
Agent, before I move on to this Facebook photo and publish it for the jury, part of the investigation you did as well is you pulled Katherine Magbanua's email accounts, right?
Yes. I did not personally pull her email accounts. No.
Were
TPD did. TPD did.
Were you, and it may be a no here, were you advised of emails from a company called 2B, TU-BE branding from 2012?
2012, no.
What about Dollhouse Marketing for 2013?
13, no.
This would be along the lines of, did you ever learn that she was helping do brand promotions for liquor companies in conjunction with working at nightclubs?
Oh, I think we had the indication of that early on in 12 and 13, well before everything.
And this is your indication, right?
Correct.
If you could tell the jury, when is this from?
Looks like May of 2013.
You've gone through all her financial records.
Correct.
No paychecks from these companies, right?
In 2013, no, there was not.
What about 2014?
No, there was not.
You would agree with me that a liquor company doing an event at what looks like a park may be paying their people in cash.
Sure, absolutely.
Now, at some point you learned of the nightclubs that she was working at South Florida, right?
Correct.
And those nightclubs are, what are the names of them?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Investigated them though, right?
Investigated.
Objection. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Investigated what?
You don't know the names of them,
I don't remember them today, no.
but you remember all the facts that helped the theory, right?
Objection.
Just for the cause. That's not appropriate. Jury disregard counsel's comments.
Agent, you're brought onto this case to investigate things in South Florida, right?
Correct.
There's 2 nightclubs in South Florida that you learned that Katherine Magbanua was working at, right?
Correct.
One of them is Hollywood Live, right?
Correct.
The other, Club Faith.
Correct.
You made many trips to South Florida. Actually, all over the state of Florida, many trips. You never once went to one of those nightclubs, did you?
Because, no, I didn't.
You learned that her employment with these nightclubs, with brand promotions, continues 2013, 2014, 2015, right? I don't think that is my job. I think it's all lined up.
Beefing for some reason.
Agent, through your investigation, you learned that employment continued, right?
Which employment?
Working at the nightclub.
Till when? My investigation showed that probably stopped around mid-14.
Yeah. Part of your investigation, my client, you looked at all their financial records too, right?
Including your income tax, yes.
What's the name of the nightclub that she's receiving a check from for tips?
Sins Club,
What's below that?
Fate,
That's a nightclub that we just brought up a minute ago, right?
right.
And what's the date of that check?
6 of 18. 6 of 15, I mean.
Now, this, have you ever seen this before?
Yes, I have seen that.
It was an irregularity. She wasn't receiving. You knew she was working there in 2014 and 13, but there was never a point where she was receiving checks for tips, right?
Right.
So this seemed like a one-off thing.
It seemed like they were giving her a check, yes.
But you agree with me that she's working there in 2014, and in 2015, she still has an association with it.
In 2000, yes, in June of 2015, she received a check, yes.
That memo line doesn't say 2014, right?
Right.
And you have no evidence that there was a break in her employment there, right?
I have no evidence there was a break. I have no evidence that she was continuing work there between then and
Never,
between then and way back then.
never spoke to a manager, right?
Nope.
Never spoke to an owner.
Nope.
Never spoke to any of their regular patrons on their VIP list
No, it did not.
to find out their net worth and the type of tips one would give a VIP bottle girl in Miami.
Nope.
You would agree with me, Miami's a lively place.
Yes.
The nightlife is almost like Las Vegas of the East, right?
Sure.
There's a lot of high net worth people that live there and that travel there.
Okay.
That the tips, do you agree?
I don't know personally, no.
You would agree that the tips that one would give at a place like that may be different than other locations.
I have no idea.
Your neighborhood bartender may be making less than a VIP bottle girl at a massive nightclub.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Without ever having gone to Club Fake, you can't even say the magnitude of the nightclub, can you?
No.
In your review of my client's social media and Facebook, you came upon other pictures, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you with the pre-market bench 22. You know what that is, don't you?
Yes.
That's not a photograph from her Facebook, right?
Correct.
And you know that that's a photograph from her Facebook because she's in the photo, and you also reviewed her Facebook, right?
That's correct.
And that fairly and accurately depicts what she had on social media, right?
Correct.
Move in with the pre-marked as bench 22.
Objection.
Hearsay, relevance, and lack of foundation.
Sustained,
Your Honor, report separate.
right? There was a request for a break. We'll take 15 minutes.
It has to do, my cross-examination right now, I believe, is being limited by the court. This witness, and I've got specific language that I do want to read into the record, but in a nutshell, this witness has a bias. I am trying to cross that witness on that bias. Part of it is the investigative decisions that he made And what I'm trying to introduce in is not being entered in for the truth of the matter asserted. It's things that he knew. For example, the phone call talking about purchase of vehicle. This witness has testified saying there's no evidence whatsoever that it was legitimately purchased. There is evidence. The government yesterday was allowed to enter in a phone call that had nothing to do with an alleged conspiracy, but instead was about tires on a Lexus as well. And I believe that it's along the same lines. When they called Erica Johnson to the stand, when she testified inconsistently, they were allowed to play an entire phone call to the jury. I'm doing the exact same thing, that this witness has testified there's no evidence of something when there is clear evidence from their own evidence. If Your Honor wants me, I can read this in now, or if Your Honor wants me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The state is confusing argumentative questions with effective cross-examination or impeachment. Crossing on investigative decisions goes to witness bias and or motive to lie. So statements going towards establishing that are not offered for the truth of what Ms. Magbanua is saying. It's being offered to show what the witness chose to ignore. All witnesses are subject to cross-examination for the purpose of discrediting them by showing bias, prejudice, or interest. This is especially so where a key state witness is being cross-examined. That comes from Jones v. State, 385 Southern 2nd, 132. It's a 4th DCA case from 1980. Another quote, this one comes from Levette v. State. That's Lavette v. State, 442 Southern 2nd, 265. That's a Florida 1st DCA case from 1983. Defense should be allowed wide latitude to demonstrate bias or possible motive for witness testimony. Your Honor, when I was asking questions of this agent, what he personally wanted, we have a recording of him saying, I want the people that I believe were involved in this. That's what I want. And he used the words personally. I was trying to impeach him, trying to ask him first, and then was planning on impeaching him with that recording. The third topic that we had, the court is effectively limiting Ms. Magbanua's Sixth Amendment right to confront witnesses. That's coming from DC v. State, 400 Southern 2nd, 825. It's a 3rd DCA case from 1981. Quote, the right to confrontation under the 6th and 14th Amendments may in certain cases require an opportunity to develop issues of bias by cross-examination. All witnesses are subject to cross-examination for the purpose of discrediting them by bias, prejudice, or interest, especially where a key witness is being crossed. This is the lead agent.
I deal with each question as it comes up, do the best I can to make an appropriate ruling. If there is a conviction in the case, an appellate court will decide whether I was right or wrong. So that's where we stand on that. That's arguable. But what is not arguable, Mr. DeCoste, is you making comments in front of a jury. There is no excuse. There is no basis for you making personal comments in front of the jury. And we're not going to have any more of those. Do I understand? Do you understand me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's have a jury, please.
Jury's in the courtroom.
Everybody be seated, please. May proceed.
Agent, before we broke, we were talking about compliance of employment. At nightclubs during 2013, 14, and 15. And we were talking about how that related over to cash deposits. You remember that, right?
Correct.
Let's turn over to other sources. You know that Katherine Magbanua had how many children with Sigfredo Garcia?
2.
2 young children, right?
Correct.
Let's pull that check, please, Mr. DeCoste.
It's actually there so
Talking
nobody walks
about-
over the
What?
cable. It's there so nobody walks over the cables, Your Honor.
No, on the screen. I'm talking about. Pull the check off the screen. Thank you.
You don't know how he was helping provide for those children, do you?
Toward the end, he was working at Rapid Capital Funding. Yes.
what you just said, I don't know if the jury heard it, Rapid Capital Funding, he was working at Rapid Capital Funding,
Yes,
receiving a paycheck?
yes.
Prior to that, you don't know, right?
No, we had no evidence of what he was earning.
You were there for his arrest, right?
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When you arrested him, he had $5,000 cash on him.
Correct.
Let's turn now to the bump. This took place south of 5th in Miami, right?
That's correct.
It was a big operation, right?
Compared to, sure, yeah, it was a big operation. Sure.
You had a pre-operation meeting at the Miami Beach Police Department.
That's correct.
You had personnel from the Miami Beach Police Department. You had agents flown in, right?
No, that's incorrect.
You only had local Miami agents?
That's correct.
You're
Except
not a
for the
Miami agent,
undercover.
are you?
I did not fly in. Myself and the undercover drove down. We're the only ones from out of town.
Drove. FBI pays for the gas, right?
Yes.
Pays for the car.
Yes.
For people to travel down to South Florida for this operation.
That's correct.
That costs money.
Yes.
There was also task force officers present, right?
I know of one or two.
Robert Lanier.
Yes.
And those are people that work in conjunction with the local police force and a federal agency. In this case, Federal Bureau of Investigation, right?
That's correct.
There was also a lot of video equipment that was brought, and it was filmed from multiple angles, right?
Correct.
And you were the lead of this operation, right?
That's correct.
Now, and I'm thinking it was probably somebody above you said, hey, we should have a high altitude plane flying overhead as well too.
That's correct.
Not a helicopter, not a small plane, a high altitude plane flying overhead, doing additional video surveillance.
That's correct.
Not an inexpensive operation.
No.
Showing you it's been entered in as government 120. You know what that is, right?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's a copy of the flyer that the undercover provided to Mrs. Adelson.
Now, the only reason why we have a copy is because you don't have a copy of the original, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's correct.
It, quote, slipped our minds.
That's correct. And
Objection, argument denied.
Overruled.
that's correct. During the operation, I was responsible for getting everyone on the street, getting out there on time. We were debating on the amount to put on there, and I was talking on the phone to TPD, sending people out the door. We're trying to get out there before Miss Adelson crossed the street. And the last second, we wrote it down on the paper and ran out the door. And it was my mistake for not taking a picture of it.
You agree with me that you should have copied it.
Sure.
Didn't have to be done last minute, did it?
It did because we were debating on the amount.
That doesn't necessitate the need to do it at the last minute, does it?
That's what happened. Is it happened at the last minute.
Could have done it at the pre-operational meeting.
This was a pre-operational meeting.
So you have a pre-operational meeting at the Miami Beach Police Department before all this happens, and nobody can take out a cell phone, snap a photo.
We could have, and like I said, slipped my mind because I'm worried about officer safety and getting everything on the street. But that was not our key piece of evidence that we were worried about at that time.
We have to take the FBI's word of what was written on the piece of paper that was handed to Donna Adelson, right?
Along with the phone calls that substantiate what was written on it, correct?
Well, on none of those calls did we hear anybody say exactly what was written on it. Did we?
No, but you can hear inferences of what was written on it.
So we're taking somebody else's opinion of what was on there as evidence of what was on there?
It's not an opinion when they're talking about the amount and the phone number. And that's what the key evidence was, is then calling back to that phone number.
Does that mean that they read the entirety of what was on there? Let me rephrase that because that was a little bit confusing for you. You're talking about how on the phone, Donna Adelson says 5,000, right?
Correct.
Does that mean that she was reading everything that was written on there?
Absolutely, because that was the only thing written on there besides the phone number.
Did she say anything about there are definitely people that I continue to run into in Miami, people who ran into Dan? Did she say that over the phone?
No, we didn't handwrite that.
So she didn't say everything that was on the paper, all the words on the paper.
Correct.
Now, the activity and the purpose of this whole ball is you hand the paperwork to Donna Adelson and you want to see what happens, right?
Correct. We want to see if that number, who that number goes back to and who it ends up with.
Correct. So,
The phone tree.
and it goes from Donna Adelson to Charles Adelson to Katherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Correct.
But this was a controlled bump, right?
What do you mean by controlled?
Let me explain. They didn't just walk up and hand this piece of paper to Donna Adelson and see what happens, right?
That's pretty much what we did, yes.
No. Correct me if I'm wrong. The undercover said, your son, right?
Oh, yes, he had a conversation with her, yes.
Said the name Catherine twice.
Yes.
Said the name Tuto twice.
Correct.
So it was controlled. The information that was given was controlled, right?
The information that our agent gave them, we gave them specific information to get them, yes.
And that was the exact communication pattern. Donna calls her son going, hey, a guy just gave me a piece of paper, said you, said Catherine.
That's
said Tuto.
incorrect.
Let's
That's
talk.
incorrect.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Because you're talking about the fact that you don't know whether it was Catherine or ex-girlfriend, right? That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. That's exactly what she said.
Now, you don't have any WhatsApp communications between Donna Adelson and Charles Adelson, do you?
No, we don't.
But you know from the wiretaps that he uses it, don't you?
At some point later on, it seems he does, yes.
Now, let's talk about his, in the language was ex-girlfriend, right?
That Charlie told his mother that, yes, they said ex-girlfriend.
We're going to step aside for a second and we're going to talk about his relationships.
Okay.
Through your investigation, you meet with many people. One of them is June Umchinder, right?
Correct.
Now, when you met with her, she was his then girlfriend.
That's it. That's incorrect.
She explains to you the series of girlfriends, right? How she was his girlfriend at one point, and
Yes.
before her there was a girl named Whitney,
Yes.
and before Whitney there was Catherine.
Yes.
You knew that the relationship with Catherine was a long relationship, right?
Somewhat, yes.
And you believe that during that relationship that Catherine met one or all of the Adelsons. Well, obviously Charles because they're dating, but the other three of the Adelsons, right?
Sure. Yes.
You don't know the extent of the relationship with Whitney, right?
Yeah, I believe I do.
You have no evidence that she ever even met his parents.
We interviewed Whitney.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar. Richard's in here.
But
Agent, you remember when I took your deposition March 6, 2019, right?
Yes.
I went over every single action you've done, every single report. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And I asked you, is there anything that I'm leaving out? You remember that?
I do.
Never mentioned ever meeting with Whitney, did you?
I don't remember.
You want to take a look?
No, did you bring up did you ask me if I interviewed Whitney?
Do you remember when I asked you, is there anything that I'm leaving out?
And I said, as far as I can remember,
When did you meet with her?
I don't remember the dates. It was of course after the bump, after the arrest.
And who was present for this meeting?
Investigator Ison.
So this would have been before he retired. It would have been years ago.
Correct.
As you sit here, though, you have no idea of the extent of the relationship that Charles Adelson had with Whitney.
The extent of the relationship, I don't know what you mean by that.
Whether Donna Adelson would ever consider Whitney an ex-girlfriend as opposed to a Flynn.
I believe Donna knew who Whitney was.
You don't know that for sure, though, do you?
I'd have to go back and review stuff. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head now.
So June was post everything, so it couldn't have been June. You have the bump. So again, this is 2016. The bump is going on, and during the time around that time of the bump, he's with June.
Around the time of the bump?
Yeah.
I believe so.
All right. So it can't be June. She's not the ex-girlfriend. She's the current girl.
Okay.
Katherine is the ex-girlfriend, right?
Sure. One of them.
So let's come back over to this. You have the bump, right?
Yes.
The communication then goes to Charles, right? Whatever the conversation in between him and Donna, whether it's on WhatsApp, whether it's the inferring, it's got to be Katherine because she's the ex-girlfriend. He then contacts the other person that the undercover named, Katherine, right?
Correct.
Katherine gets the information from Charles, says the other name, and then she contacts the other person that was named, Tuto.
Correct.
Controlled growth, right?
Sure.
What would have been stronger evidence is if you had done this, correct me if I'm wrong, without giving any message whatsoever.
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Let's go over to the wiretaps. The wiretaps, correct me if I'm wrong, are going on around the time of the phone. They start a little bit before and they continue about a month and a half after.
That's correct.
You get wiretaps on Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson, right?
Correct.
Not on Wendy Adelson.
No.
Not on Donna Adelson.
No.
Not on Harvey Adelson.
No.
Not on Jessica Rodriguez.
No.
Not on Sigfredo Garcia.
No.
You had a plane, high altitude to film the handing of a piece of paper, but you don't get wiretaps on people that you believe are involved in the conspiracy, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You don't have any access to what, if any, WhatsApp messages were going on amongst anybody, right?
That's correct.
Now, WhatsApp, and you know what WhatsApp is, right?
Correct.
You make phone calls through WhatsApp as well, too.
You can.
Coming back over to Apple, one could make a FaceTime call. No records of that, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't even know that any of these communications ever happened. Not only is there no recording, there's no data saying, hey, on this date, these people spoke, right?
I think on the cell phones, it actually shows a data transmission, if I'm not mistaken, but that's a Corbett question.
Sergeant Corbett,
Sergeant Corbett question.
we'll ask him. Now, during these wiretaps, there's 359 some odd phone calls, right?
I guess.
You listen to them, right?
Not all of them.
There's over 2 months worth of recordings.
Yes.
Now, given the fact that Katherine Magbanua is one of the two people being wiretapped, it's a lot of her phone calls, right?
Yes.
Not once does she say anything about being involved in a murder. Not once.
No.
The whole purpose of these wiretaps is to secretly record people, to get their conversations, to see if there is evidence, right?
To get certain types of evidence. Sure.
And again, it's done in secret. It's not done putting these people on notice. Hey, we're listening to your every word, your every communication, your every thought. Right?
Correct.
Instead, yesterday we listened to conversations about TI and tattoos, right?
Among other things, yes.
Charles and Katherine communicating after the bomb. That wasn't a regular, was it?
Wasn't what?
It wasn't out of the blue. It wasn't, hey, I haven't talked to you in a long time. I'm immediately going to call you because this bump just happened.
You said irregular, yes.
It wasn't irregular, right?
Correct.
The wiretap begins on April 8th, right?
Correct.
One could think that when the bump happens, people may start thinking, hey, we may be listened to, right? That's a natural assumption.
Sure.
So between 4/8, so April 8, 2016, going up to April 19, 2016, when the bump happens, they're regularly communicating, right?
Yes.
There's calls on April 11th, right?
Okay.
April 12th,
Okay.
April 13th, right?
If you're saying so, I don't have the list in front of me.
You're the
I don't have it in
lead,
front of me.
but you know that they were regularly communicating.
Correct.
Now, prior to April 8th, we don't have any call detail records. Let me rephrase that. You have call detail records from years prior, but for the beginning part, let's say the start to April 2016, you don't have call detail records for Katherine Magbanua or anybody else.
What do you mean call detail records?
Stuff from the cell phone provider saying, hey, these are all the communications somebody's having.
Prior to April 8th?
Just prior to the bump.
I'm not aware of that.
Now, you believe that it's evidence because Katherine didn't herself call the police, right?
That's,
Objection.
Overruled.
that's part of the evidence.
Let's get into that now. Katherine wasn't bumped, right?
Right.
Nobody went up to her with a flyer making demands, right?
Correct.
Nobody called her. No undercover called her, right? Threatening her.
That's correct.
Nobody messaged her.
No.
Emailed her.
No.
She was never contacted.
By the undercover?
Correct.
No.
So it wouldn't be her position to say, hey, I'm going to call the FBI because somebody else is being harassed. Right?
Can you repeat that question?
We're talking about if it's her position.
Right.
She hasn't been contacted. She isn't being harassed. It's not her position to call the FBI because somebody else is being harassed, right?
I disagree.
Yesterday, the government's 138, they played Call of Duty. And that was the first call post-bump between Charles and Katherine.
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 3 prior calls to that between Charles and Donna.
Correct.
Charles never said to Katherine, don't talk in the apartment.
No, he did not.
But he did say it to Donna.
Correct.
Post-bump, Charles and Donna are talking. The first thing Charles says is, don't talk in the apartment. Right?
That's not the first thing he said, no.
It's one of the things that he says in those calls, right?
It is one of the things, yes.
You believe that he's involved in conspiracy with his mother and also Katherine, right?
Correct.
Now, the meaning of that statement would be, hey, you could say something that could get both of us in trouble, right?
Correct.
It doesn't say it to Katherine, right?
Correct.
Moving forward now, do you have your spreadsheet up there?
Of the calls?
That's fine if you do.
The calls?
Yeah.
Yes.
We next go to call E, right?
Okay.
Still in government's 130 for the record, and now it's call E, April 19, 2016. And again, I'm not going to play it again for this jury. We've gone through it. We went through all that yesterday. Charles says to Katherine, if it involves you, I'll keep you in the loop, right?
Yes.
Then we move forward to Dolce Vita, April 20th, 2016, right?
Yes.
There's a meeting. It's a public restaurant, right?
Correct.
There's people there.
There's a couple people there, yes.
In fact, one of your agents was able to walk up and sit down pretty close to it.
A couple tables away.
There's servers in there.
There are.
There's people around working at the establishment.
Yes.
Much different scenario, much different setting. Much different setting than the meeting that he had with his mother, Donna, right?
That particular point is a little bit different.
Do we need to pull up the picture?
No. I remember the meeting with Donna.
You know the picture that we're talking about where Charles and Donna are out by the water
I took
at a
it.
picnic table, completely away from everybody else.
Yes.
Much different setting, right?
Different setting, yes.
Moving forward now to call K. Still in government's 138. Sigfredo Garcia says to Katherine Magbanua, the less you know. Right?
Yes, I believe that's
You remember that.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So at this point, you believe the information has gone from Donna Adelson to Charles Adelson to Katherine to Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Correct.
So Sigfredo Garcia now has the information. He knows the information, right?
What information are you referring to?
Well,
From the bump?
the bump, correct.
Yes.
It's made its way around to him.
Correct.
And from his statement, the less you know, that would indicate that he knows something, right?
Or the less you know in the future too. Could mean either way.
You agreed to look at this objectively, right?
Right. That's what
So-
I'm doing.
Let's look at it objectively. There's something that he won't let her know, right?
Sure.
Now, he also sounds very angry in that phone call, doesn't he?
I believe so, yes.
At one point in time, he says, you know, somebody can soothe you.
Somebody can what?
Soothe you.
I don't remember that.
You agree with me, though, that he seemed angry.
Yes.
But you don't know why he was angry, did you?
Angry because it's all, everything that's going on, it seemed like.
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Or maybe it was a situation that he was upset that Charles Adelson was again contacting Katherine.
Objection, argumentative.
It's possible.
As the calls progress between Charles Adelson and Donna Adelson, you would agree with me that Charles Adelson increasingly is more confident that it's law enforcement, right?
I don't agree with that statement.
Have you listened to call 1557?
Yes, I have.
Let's go step first.
Agent. Good to go, Your Honor? Agent, we're going to pause right now because that break reminded me of something that I need to go back to. I'm going to go back to the cash deposits, working in the nightclubs, okay?
Okay.
I want to give you a reference. I want to be fair here. So during your investigation, at some point you received Charles Adelson's iCloud data, right?
I did not receive it, and I believe it was later in the investigation when we received it.
Eventually you get it and review it, right?
I reviewed some of it, not all of it.
Now, when you say some of it, you're saying that you haven't gone through the 300,000 events that are in his iCloud data.
That's correct. I did not. Somebody else did.
So you don't know if there are text messages in there talking about Katherine quitting her job, working at a nightclub in April of 2015. You don't know that.
I haven't seen that text. I've seen a lot of them, but I don't remember that text.
But again, you haven't gone through every single one.
No.
It's a lot, right?
It is.
Again, with this evidence of cash potentially coming from Sigfredo Garcia, coming from the nightclubs, you still maintain, well, it's still off the books cash. It came from the murder, right?
We weren't able to trace that cash back to anything, especially off of her tax returns. It was not there.
It's the Federal Bureau of Investigation, right?
That's correct.
Not the Federal Bureau of Imagination.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Jury disregard. Mr. DeCoste, comment.
Let's go to call up. You have your spreadsheet?
I do.
It's April 25th, 2016. Charles Adelson wants to meet with Katherine Magbanua at the Icon. Remember that
Yes.
from yesterday?
Yes.
You would agree with me that in that call, in your lay opinion, Charles Adelson sounds worried. We got to meet, right?
Yes.
Katherine Magbanua on the other hand is reluctant. I don't want to drive all the way down there, right?
Right.
Not worried.
Not worried? Is that a question?
Yes.
I believe she was worried because she was asking if he could talk through the WhatsApp in that particular call.
Now, at this point in time, correct me if I'm wrong, there's already a bunch of media following the death of Dan Markel, right?
At this exact point,
Yes.
I disagree.
There was media out there.
A year prior after it happened, the media had
Speculation.
died down.
Sorry to cut you off. Speculation that the Adelsons were involved, right?
Sure.
Let's go now to call AA from April 27th. April 27th, 2016. There's a call in between Charles and Donna. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, at this point, Charles sounds confident, correct?
I don't remember how he sounded, but okay.
Let's go now to call BB, and we'll go with a quote, because I don't want your opinion here on what was meant. Instead, we'll go with what was said. That Charles says to Donna that he's not worried, that he knows who it is.
Okay.
That was said, right?
Sure. Yes.
Starting to believe that it's law enforcement.
I disagree. I can explain if you want.
No. Go now to call DD. Charles, in that call, at the beginning of it, in the first 30 seconds, says that there was a guy looking for Harvey, right?
I'm sorry, repeat that. He said what?
Charles, in the beginning of the phone call, now we're on DD. Do you have your spreadsheet?
I have my spreadsheet. Sure.
All right. Now, at the beginning of that call, he says, a guy called the Adelson Institute looking for Harvey.
I don't recall that.
You would agree with me that within that call, that Charles says to Katherine, find out who the fuck it is.
Sure.
To his mother, he knows who it is, right? Get to Catherine, find out who it is, right?
I'm confused. Repeat that.
So you have a call the same day, April 28, 2016. Charles is speaking to Donna and call BB, and he says, I know who it is, right?
He tells his mother that he knows who it is.
Correct.
Okay.
And then that same day in call DD, he's saying to Catherine, find out, quote, find out who the fuck it is.
Okay, sure.
Did it dawn upon you that Charles immediately knew that it was law enforcement because the information that was presented to him, that Catherine was involved, was wrong, and he immediately knew. Immediately knew.
No, he did not. He was trying to soothe his mother's fears by telling her everything was okay. Every time he talked to her, he tried to just calm her down, and then he turned around with a real panic after that.
That's your opinion, right?
That's what the evidence showed.
Well, he doesn't say that in a phone call saying, hey, I'm just trying to soothe my mother. He doesn't say that.
No,
Does he?
No, but everything surrounding it supports it.
But again, that's your opinion. You believe that's what he's doing, right?
That's what the evidence showed.
But the evidence doesn't say that, though, right? Just to be clear, the evidence doesn't say what I'm trying to do is trying to make sure that my mother's okay.
Objection has
It's the same.
Let's go to some more statements that were made in call DD. Catherine in that phone call is frustrated, right?
Yes.
She says, quote, I'm
What
trying,
call? I'm sorry.
DD,
Okay, I thought you said B, as in boy.
Boston accent, sorry, Judge. Catherine says, quote, I'm trying to get whoever is threatening your family and helping you guys out. She says that, right?
Yes.
She doesn't say us, helping us out, right?
Right. She's trying to separate herself.
So the undercover says to Donna, hey, and I can't remember his exact language, my brother up the brow, or, you know, they helped you out. But he uses that language, helping you guys out, right?
Sure.
Catherine is referring to it saying, I'm trying to, and she's arguing with Charles Adelson, saying, whoever it is that's threatening your family and helping you guys out, not this guy's on to us for a murder.
objection, argument is over.
Overruled.
Correct.
Not helping us out, right?
Right.
She also says that someone is harassing you guys, referring to the Adelson family, right?
Yes, she does.
And using her name,
Yes.
but not harassing us, not harassing me, right?
Correct.
But you still believe that she's guilty because she didn't call the FBI because other people were being harassed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Who's the one person in all of the wiretaps who talked about calling the FBI?
The one person,
Yep.
Charlie did, Mom did, and Katie did.
Catherine said, you would agree with me that when Charles and Donna are talking about it, it seems staged, right?
Objection, argument is over.
He's asked his opinion, you can answer, they can overrule the objection.
Withdrawn. Withdrawn. Catherine,
You're
quote,
disregard the question.
called DD, quote, I'm about to go to the fucking FBI. Catherine said that, right?
Yes.
Now, again, it wasn't her family getting harassed, right?
Correct.
It was the Adelson family getting harassed.
Correct.
Now, in that same call, Charles is reluctant to call the phone number for the undercover, right?
Yes.
He wants Catherine to call.
Yes.
Your belief is that the two of these are involved in conspiracy to commit murder, right?
That's correct.
Whether it's tied to a gang or whether it's the FBI. That would mean that Catherine would then have information that could implicate Charles Adelson, right?
She possibly, yes.
It would be massively risky to say, Catherine, I want you, almost as a representative of this, to go in there and talk to these people, knowing that his butt's on the line.
What's the question? Sorry.
that Katherine could mess up and say something wrong, could implicate him in some way, right?
I'm not sure of the question.
All right, let's back up and I'll go over it. And this is fine. Let me know if it's confusing.
Yes.
Charles was reluctant to call himself.
Yes.
Now, the reluctance, that could be because he doesn't know whether it's the government or not, right?
There's a lot of reason to be reluctant, but that's one of them, yes.
If you were to contact directly over to Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera, one of them may already be working with the government, wearing a wire, right?
That's correct.
It's got to maintain that distance, right?
That's one reason.
Now, what we're talking about is the fact that he wanted Katherine to call.
Okay.
Katherine, you make that phone call.
Okay.
Now, your belief is that Katherine was involved in a conspiracy with him, involved in the murder with him, right? Meaning that she would have knowledge
That's what the evidence shows, yes.
of his involvement. She would have knowledge of his involvement.
That's correct.
So meaning when she picks up that phone and makes that phone call, she could say something, do something that could affect him.
Potentially.
Maybe it's the alternative. Maybe he knew that there was no risk because she knew nothing, right?
I disagree.
You would agree with me that this continues into the next phone calls on April 28th, where Charles is saying things, and again, quote, call the fucking number I gave you the other day. And where Katherine says, you call yourself. Right?
Right.
Back at Government's 138, Judge, it's called JJ, where Katherine Magbanua says to Sigfredo Garcia, quote, they're putting my name in this. She says that, right?
Yes.
And again, these are secretive recordings, right?
Yes.
She doesn't say, they're on to us. They know. She doesn't say that, right?
No.
She says, they're putting my name in this.
Yes, that's what she said.
Now I want to call MM. Katherine Magbanua to Charles Adelson. Quote, harass you people, right?
Yes.
She says that, again,
Yes.
not harassing us, harassing you people.
Yes.
But again, it's the government's belief that because she didn't call the police, she must have been involved.
That's part of it.
Going to go now to call PP. Government's 138. Garner PP. Now, we heard that phone call yesterday. You remember that, right? It's a long phone call.
Yes.
It's about a 25-minute phone call.
Yes.
And at one point in the phone call, they referenced something that you knew about already. A fight in between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson. Confrontation. You remember that, right?
We did not know that at the time. No.
Well, Yindra Velasquez told you about a confrontation.
Overruled.
Yindra Velasquez. When did you meet with Yindra Velasquez? Do you remember?
Well after this. I don't remember the date of it, but it was well after this. We didn't know at the time of the call about it. We learned about it later.
Well, we're talking about it now.
Right.
But at some point during the investigation, you meet with Yindra Velasquez.
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection at this point.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn of a confrontation between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Objection, relevant.
Your Honor, I can tie it together with this next question.
He's answered the question. Go ahead.
In the call that we heard yesterday, there was reference to that, right?
I don't recall the exact reference.
At the 22-minute mark, they talk about a situation where they had jet skis and how he didn't know the Lexus could drive that fast.
Right.
Did you not tie that together, that was...
It could possibly be something else.
During your investigation, you looked at the call activity detail, right?
Yes.
And there was something that happened on July 1st of 2014, right?
Yes.
There was a lot of phone calls from Katherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia.
Correct.
Tons of them. And then there's this call from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson.
Correct.
Never been able to explain it.
No.
As the calls progress with Donna Adelson, it's your belief that it was soothing the mother, but you would agree with me that it goes increasingly soothing, saying positive law enforcement, right?
Right.
Now, he never called law enforcement, right?
I assume we're talking Charles Adelson.
Correct.
I see.
Charles Adelson never called law enforcement.
Correct.
The money was never paid. The money was never paid, right?
Paid to the undercover? No.
Correct. Let's go back to the theory here, to the flow. Charles Adelson is, and you say soothing his mother, saying I'm positive it's law enforcement, telling Katherine Magbanua, find out who it is, right?
Right.
You never hear Katherine Magbanua say to Charles Adelson, law enforcement, right? Never hear that.
No.
Who told Charles Adelson
Who told Charles Adelson what?
that it was law enforcement?
And I still don't believe that he thought it was law enforcement.
Let's go a step further. Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay.
Federal inmates have what's called core links. You know about that, right?
Have what?
Core links.
No.
The ability to email.
Okay.
In fact, when you met with Luis Rivera, you actually gave him your card and said, hey, email me. You remember that?
I don't recall that, but okay.
You know that they have the ability to be able to email, right?
Sure.
During your investigation, have you reviewed the email specifically around 5/11/2016 in reference to communications in between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
You would agree with me that at some point in time, Charles becomes almost positive it's law enforcement. It says that to his mother.
I don't think he says law enforcement in general. I think that
But he's, to a very high degree, he's positive. And they're relieved.
he's positive he knows what it is.
Right. And that days later, in one of the calls that we heard, he then tells Katherine, you know, it's what I thought it was.
Right.
You can't say sitting here, not knowing WhatsApp, FaceTime, or person-to-person communication, that there was not a line of communication set up between either Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia or Charles Adelson and Luis Rivera, can you?
No. Direct line?
And that Charles Adelson was just using Katherine to find out more information of what was going on with the bump, because you know what? She's expendable. He can use her without any risk to himself.
I totally disagree.
Let's talk about Charles Adelson. You've listened to a lot of the wiretaps, right?
Yeah, correct.
Within those wiretaps, there's talks of falsifying medical records, right?
There's insinuating circumstances, correct.
Specifically, he says he wants to rewrite a chart changing what type of anesthesia was used.
I don't recall that.
There's conversation about guns. You remember that?
Yes.
That he has fully automatic machine guns.
I don't recall that.
There's talk about steroids.
Yes.
Object to relevance, Your Honor?
Sustained.
Statement against penal interest, Your Honor. I beg your pardon? If it's a hearsay objection, it's statement against penal interest.
It's a relevance objection, if I understood it.
I can tie it up with a few questions, Your Honor.
I've sustained the objection. Move on, Mr. DeCosta.
We did get the answer, the steroids and the guns, right? You did answer that, right?
Yes.
You don't know where he was buying those steroids from, right?
It appeared to be some friends of his.
Well, he wasn't. Have you arrested any of them?
No.
Would that be because you don't know who he was actually getting it from?
No.
No, you don't know, or you do know?
I do not know
All right.
exactly who he got it from.
Now, he was buying these drugs without the use of Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
He has the ability to commit crimes without Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
Having a fully automatic machine gun is illegal, right?
It depends.
You can't go up fully automatic.
Yeah, it depends if you have license or not, things like that.
Did you investigate if he has a license?
No.
All right. So you can't say whether Charles Adelson was buying drugs from the boss gang member in South Florida, can you?
Yes.
You can't say that he wasn't?
Yes, there was no communication with any of the bosses or any of the gang members down in South Florida.
Agent, you've been at the Bureau for 20 years. You'd agree with me that sometimes people commit crimes without using a cell phone, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Before the age of cell phones, there was crime, right?
Yes.
The mob for years was able to communicate through an intricate network.
Yes.
You see it in movies with payphones and stuff like that, right?
Correct.
That they're trying to operate off the grid.
Yes.
So for your theory, we have to assume that it did all take place over cell phones.
He's talking about buying steroids over the cell phone with people.
But he doesn't talk about where he got it from.
He might be talking to the supplier, what it sounded like.
Or he may have gotten it from one of the many Latin kings, right? You don't know.
I don't know.
And if that were to have happened, he would have a direct communication in between either Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, right?
Say that again?
A direct line of communication without the use of Katherine Magbanua, right?
I disagree that he had a direct line of communication.
Sure about that?
That's the that's the argument. Ask a question.
Showing you if it entered is the bench 12. Have you seen that before?
Can't see it now.
You've never seen this before.
I can't see what it is.
What's the date?
Oh, yes, that's the one that you showed me earlier in the trial. It's 4/25 of 14.
That I showed you?
Somebody showed me. Yeah, I think it was showed
You'd agree with me that this is a question from Katherine Magbanua months before the homicide, saying, did you took all your phone?
Right.
Now, you're not here to interpret what this means, but you would agree with me that at one point in time he says, actually he did.
Yes,
And then there's almost a joking exchange.
correct.
You can't say that there wasn't communication via WhatsApp, other phones, other means in between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia.
I can't say for 100% sure now.
But from this, there's a clear belief that Katherine Magbanua thought Sigfredo Garcia is going to be calling Charles Adelson, right?
Yes, at some point, I believe she thought he would have tried to call him. Yes,
And the reason is because he objected to the relationship with Charles Adelson.
that's correct.
He desperately wanted her back.
That's my opinion.
So you have an indication here of communication between the two of them.
I think we've exhausted this, Mr. Because move on, please.
Sure. Let's come back to your theory. You have these things, the cash deposits, the paychecks, the car. It wasn't until Luis Rivera gives you his statement that the theory comes alive and you make the arrest of Katherine, right?
That's when we got the warrant, correct?
Rivera flips, right?
Yes.
Luis Rivera flips.
That's a question. Yes.
Now, he's a violent gang leader, right?
He has a criminal history. Yes. And was a gang leader. Yes.
Violent gang leader.
Sure.
Overruled.
You arrested him for murder, right?
Yes.
Violent. He's a gang leader, right?
Correct.
I sustain the objection at this point. We've got the civil testimony.
You go down to South Florida. You have a team of law enforcement with you, right?
When
For the arrest of Katherine.
there's agents in Miami who assist me. Yes. I did not take a team with me.
Investigator Ison was with you.
Yes.
There were other law enforcement there.
From Miami. Correct.
All right. When I'm saying take, I'm saying to the location where you arrested Katherine Magbanua.
Yes, that's correct.
You were in multiple cars,
Yes.
right? Guns were out.
They were doing surveillance on it, yes.
Scared her so much she urinated herself.
I'm not aware of that.
You were present with Isom, right?
When? At the arrest?
Correct.
Yes.
And the reason why you guys went from up here down to South Florida was because you wanted her to cooperate.
That's correct.
Objection.
Overruled.
You have this big show of force, slap the cuffs on her, and want to talk to her, right?
That is not the reason for the big show of force.
Federal Bureau of Investigation, right?
Exactly.
Not the Federal Bureau of Intimidation.
As to the cause. Jury disregard just because comments. I'm not going to warn you again just because we're going to start having something further than that.
Understood, Your Honor. Let's talk about discovery. You know what discovery is, right?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you have a manifest within the FBI. Let's talk about sort of the inner workings of the FBI. For each case, you have a running manifest of all the reports and all the things that are done, right?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Now, the work that's done by the FBI, you then share it with the state attorney's office, right?
Correct.
But the FBI is different than state level police departments and is different than the state attorney's office in that you can choose, we're not going to provide some things.
I don't know if I agree with that statement.
There's a video of the arrest, right?
Of what arrest? Which arrest are you referring to?
I've heard of it. Katherine Magbanua or Sigfredo Garcia?
No, there's no video of the arrest.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Let's go to policy, other policy within the FBI. The recordings of interviews. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the policy for the Federal Bureau of Investigation is that recordings need to be made if it is pertinent, if the person is in custody, or if there's approval, right?
That is not totally correct. No.
What's the policy?
Policy is we are not allowed to record interviews unless we have special permission from the supervisor. And the other policy is if somebody's in our federal custody, then we have to record that interview if they're in federal custody.
So your testimony is that if somebody is in custody, but not in the custody of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that you don't have to record it?
It's if they're in custody, if they're in our custody, that is the policy.
You would agree with me that you've met with many people on this case, many inmates, and you've recorded a lot of those.
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Just to make sure I have that correct, if they're in your custody, or if you have special approval.
Yes.
That's policy, that's not law, right?
Correct.
Now, if you're not doing a recording, though, you write a report.
Yes.
That's also policy.
We write reports for interviews that we do. Yes.
I just want to make sure that I got it down, and I'm not trying to be repetitive here. You record interviews if you have special permission or if the person is in DOJ custody, right? Department of Justice custody.
Correct.
Otherwise, if you meet with somebody, you're going to write a report
That's correct.
called a 302.
Yes.
Now, step aside for a second. When it comes to recordings, you don't have to let somebody know that you're recording them. You can do it secretly.
That's correct.
Now, the Tallahassee Police Department, they have their own policy, right?
Correct.
When you met with Dr. Heineke, Remember that name?
Yes,
There was somebody from the Tallahassee Police Department there with you, and they recorded the interview.
that's correct.
Same thing with June Mchinda.
Correct.
On that topic, you never told Miss Mchinda that you were recording her, right?
I did not.
Neither did Sherry Bennett.
I don't believe so.
Caridad, Herrera, Cabello, you recorded that, right?
I did not.
Well, the person in the room with you recorded it, right?
That's correct.
Also, Francis Magbanua. That was recorded as well, too. Not by you, but it was recorded.
That's correct. That was in the police department, I believe.
You would agree with me that the most accurate reflection of what somebody said would be a recording, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Your reports aren't word for word like the court reporter here.
No, they're not.
It's giving your version of what was said.
It's my report, correct.
Now, yesterday, Mr. Zengane asked you a question, and you did answer it. Whether you believe Luis Rivera, and you said yes. Right?
Yes,
In the times that you met with Luis Rivera, let's go with September 30th and October 4th. One is recorded, one is not. Before you started, you told him, or someone in the room, you got to tell the truth and the whole truth, right?
yes.
Did he ever tell you about hoods and masks?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever tell you about a third trip to Tallahassee?
No.
Whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes,
Did he explain to you how that third trip was between Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony?
no,
And King Anthony, you know, is Anthony Ortiz,
correct.
who is now deceased,
Yes,
which for Luis Rivera would be convenient for him to bring up that name, right?
I don't know what's convenient for him then.
Let's go through the dates of when you met with Luis Rivera. May 27, 2016, he's incarcerated. You and investigator Isa meet with him. It's recorded.
Okay,
Is that correct?
that sounds correct. I don't remember the date exactly.
Same thing on June 21st.
We went to the prison and talked to him on June 21st.
Correct.
Okay,
2016.
okay,
Sometime in August or September, he makes a decision, I'm going to cooperate. Right?
I'm not aware of the date, no.
Well, eventually on September 30th of 2016, you go in there to get his statement,
That's correct.
to get his proffer, as you call it,
Yes.
so that he can get a deal. Right?
I don't know why he was doing it, but that's between him and the state attorney's office.
He's incarcerated at
Yes,
the time, so he's in custody.
correct.
You're on the case.
Yes,
He's in custody in Jefferson County, right?
I believe so, yes.
Right next door.
County over, yes.
No FBI recording of this meeting.
No, we don't record proffers.
You didn't say that a moment ago, though. You said we record if somebody is in custody or if we have special permission.
In federal custody.
Well, you're on the case, right?
Yes,
You took part in the investigation in his arrest, right?
he's in the state custody. It was not a federal warrant, not a federal facility.
I got it. So yesterday you said something along the lines of that this office, the state attorney's office, told you not to record it.
Yes, it was their decision.
You don't work for them, right?
No.
You work for the federal government.
Correct.
Your policy doesn't say, well, if the Leon County State Attorney's Office says otherwise, that we, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, will act accordingly.
The policy says I could not record that because it's not in federal custody.
All right. But you could have gotten special permission.
I could have gone back and got special permission, sure, but it was their proffer.
Now, after this conversation with Luis Rivera, y'all get into a van and you go around Tallahassee, right?
Correct.
And in that van, Investigator Isom had a camera.
Yes,
And that van ride was right after the meeting, right?
correct.
Could have used that camera to record the meeting.
Could he have physically used it?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Tallahassee Police Department has their own policy on recordings, as we talked about a moment ago with all those other witnesses. They can record whenever they want.
Sure.
So, in DOJ custody, recording, special permission recording, otherwise report, right?
Right.
But you never did a 302. You never did a report of your meeting with Luis Rivera.
Because investigator Isom did.
That's not what your policy says, though.
We don't duplicate reports. The policy is that it is documented and investigator Isom documented it. So I would not do a separate documentation on the exact same interview.
You remember a guy by the name of Shooty, right?
Vaguely, yes.
Last name Varela, right?
Yes.
He was in custody, right?
Right.
In a state prison, right?
Yes.
And on May 31st, 2016 and June 29, 2016, you and investigator Isom went and met with him.
Correct.
And you have a DOJ recording of those investigations, right? Of those interviews.
The DOJ recording?
A hawk video, as they call it.
Yes, I have a recording of that at the request of the state attorney's office. Yes.
Are you aware if Shooty has testified in this trial? If you're aware,
I don't know who would testify in this trial.
you record two of the meetings with Shooty,
No,
but you don't record the meeting
I did not record.
or
two
do a
of-
report.
I did not record two of the meetings with Shooty. Only one of them. The other one I did a report.
Can you name one inmate, in this case, be it either federal or state custody, one inmate through this entire investigation, besides Luis Rivera, that was not recorded? Just one.
I didn't record any other ones. That's the only one I recorded. I recorded none of them.
Or maybe it was recorded. And it's just not being provided to us.
That is incorrect.
They're just right.
It's not a question of this witness anyway. Jury disregards question.
You would agree with me that if there is evidence that Luis Rivera gave an inconsistent statement on 9/30, inconsistent to his other statements, that would undercut his credibility, which could undercut your theory.
Absolutely, and I would bring that forward.
And what you want to see happen is this theory, right?
No, I want to see the case resolved with the truth.
Let's talk about cell activity, cell phone activity. And we're talking about 2014, not 2016. You know who Sergeant Corbett is. You said it earlier in the cross, right?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your work on this case, you put together some reports about the information that he was giving you about the cell phone activity, right?
Correct.
Now, this wasn't as detailed as the work that Sergeant Corbett has done. It was more simple. You know, this person contacted this person on that day, right?
Correct.
You did one report on date of entry, June 20th, 2016. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that talked about May and June of 2014.
Yes, that sounds correct.
And again, it laid out so-and-so called so-and-so, this person called that person. And then there was some, but again, very simple, cell phone location information.
Okay, yes.
You also do another report dated, and I'm not going to talk about the contents of the report, but dated February 8th of 2016. And that talked about, and if you have it there, feel free to reference it. And that talked about July of 2014, right?
Yes, it did.
This discovery was provided over to the state attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And you, being a tenured investigator and having worked on these state cases before, you know that once they get the stuff, that they give it over to defense counsel.
Yes.
In federal court, it's a little bit different, right? A little bit more constrained.
It's about generally the same.
But in state court, all that information is given over.
Okay.
So we have reports detailing activity for June and July, and these reports are written and completed before the prosecution of Luis Rivera really gets going, right?
I believe so, yes.
To make sure that we have the dates here, you do these reports, date of entry, February 8th, 2016, June 20th, 2016. And then in September of that year, then Luis Rivera sits down with you for the meeting that we know was unrecorded.
Yes.
You can't say that Luis Rivera wasn't just regurgitating the theory and the facts that you guys had, right?
Oh, absolutely. I can. Yeah, he wasn't regurgitating that. He was coming out of his memory.
Let's go to Anthony Ortiz. Never investigated him, right?
Investigating him how?
Did you ever meet with him?
No.
Did you ever pull his cell phone records?
I believe they did.
Again, Luis Rivera says that King Anthony went up to came up here in relation to the Markel murder
I'm not aware of that.
because Luis Rivera didn't tell you, right?
No, he didn't.
Let's talk about Juan Marcos Vega. You're squinting.
I don't know who that is.
You remember me bringing up that name before, though, right?
When? In the
Would it
deposition?
refresh your recollection? Take a look at the depot.
Is it in the depot or today? I'm trying to
Depot.
ask you. Yes, in the depot. Okay.
My belief is that you have no information about Juan Marcos Vega.
That's true.
Are you aware that Juan Marcos Vega was a co-defendant on Luis Rivera's federal RICO case?
Okay.
If you know.
I don't know.
Now, the work on this case was a joint effort between yourself, the Leon County State Attorney's Office, and the Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Correct.
It wasn't something that somebody was going to run off and do one part and you were going to do another and nobody would communicate, right?
Not that we wouldn't communicate, but we did do separate aspects of the investigation. Yes.
Do you know the saying with big organizations, one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing?
I know the saying.
Was it like that?
No.
But you have no idea who Juan Marcos Vega is.
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Let's talk about Luis Rivera now. In your many reports, you have different addresses for Luis Rivera, right?
Different residential addresses?
Yes.
Yes.
One of them that you have is 1805 Normandy Drive, apartment 3, right?
Correct.
And you believe that to be one of his addresses.
Correct.
During your investigation of the case and Luis Rivera, did you look at his financial records,
We tried to, yes. Oh, his bank records?
his Chase records?
Yes.
Agent, I'm showing you what comes from government's 144, the pre-marked, defense 23 and 24. You know what those are, right?
Appear to be Chase bank records from Mr. Rivera.
And you know that because, again, you reviewed and investigated his financial activities.
That's correct.
And those fairly and accurately depict what you saw in his financial records, right?
I believe so. It's been a long time since I looked at them.
Move in, what's been pre-marked is 23 and 24. Again, it comes from government's 144.
Their objection.
No, sir, not other than my general objections.
Right. I admit 23 and 24 for Magbanua.
Agent, I see you looking at it, trying to figure out what I'm going to ask you. It's real simple. What was the address on his bank statements?
Oh, I didn't look at the address, but it is Normandy Drive, 1805 Normandy Drive.
And this is around the June trip?
Yes, May 22nd and June 20th.
So the address of 1805 Normandy Drive, May 22nd, 2014, for June 20th, 2014.
Yes.
All right, now I'm showing Magbanua 24. Same address?
Yes.
Around time of the homicide.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about photo lineups now. Talked about Chodrick Nobles yesterday. The photo lineups that you and Investigator Ison did with them. Do you remember those? Do you need me to show them to you?
Yes, I remember.
Now, your testimony yesterday is the reason why you did it is that you want to be sure, right?
Yes.
That you must, quote, must be objective. Right?
Who said must be objective?
You did. You remember that?
No, I didn't.
Do you disagree that you must be objective?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so you show them a photo lineup for the purpose of identifying Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Sure.
Luis Rivera says, well, let me just go right to it. Did you ever show a photo lineup to Luis Rivera, Donna Adelson?
No, we did not.
Luis Rivera gives you testimony saying, I saw her the day before the homicide at the home on Trescott, Dan Markel's home. You
Correct.
remember that?
Correct.
And he says that he sees her in between 9 and noon, right?
Right.
Says that he makes eye contact, that he's positive that's her.
Correct.
Never do a photo lineup though.
No, he'd apparently already seen a photo of her.
I'm sorry?
He had already seen a photo of her.
During the course of your investigation, you learn of several phone numbers that belong to Luis Rivera, right?
Yes.
Now, do you have your 302s in front of you?
Of which 302?
Date of entry, February 23rd, 2016.
Was it of who?
Would it help you to remember taking a look at it?
Sure.
Sorry, Mr. DeVos, what's the date?
February 23rd, 2016. Take a look at it. Let me know if that helps.
Okay.
Do you have that with you?
Don't think I do. Just the after records.
You can do me a favor, because I'm going to ask you questions off that. Can you write down in your notes the phone numbers for Luis Rivera?
Sure.
Just hold on to the document.
I need you to ask a question.
He can hold on to the document. You can proceed, Mr. DeVos. Well,
Yeah, we'll wait.
we're due for break. We'll take 10 minutes, make a copy of the document for him. We'll take 10 minutes.
No,
You want me to write it
I'll
down?
make a copy.
To the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. Your next Zoom will come.
Thank you. Agent, we were talking about your 302 from June 23rd, 2016.
Yes.
You have it in front of you, right?
Yes, I do now.
Now, during the course of your investigation, you received from the Tallahassee Police Department a response to a subpoena sent to Apple for records of Luis Rivera, right?
Correct.
And they respond back with 2 phone numbers.
Go ahead and ask your question.
They respond back with 2 phone numbers, right?
Correct.
Now, you put that in your report.
That's correct.
And the source of the information that's in your report were the documents that were sent and the data that was sent from Apple, right?
I believe it was the documents, the subscriber information.
Agent, I'm handing you a pre-marked as Magbanua 25. Take a look at that. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, I believe that's the records they send in response.
Now, you know that those are the records that they sent in response because you received it from Investigator Isom, you reviewed it, you used it to put together your report, right?
That's correct.
And you know that it applies to Luis Rivera because of the documentation and what was given to you along with it, the subpoena and whatnot, right?
That's correct.
And that printout fairly and accurately depicts what one would see online with what you used to put together your report, right?
See online.
Let me rephrase that, a little jumble.
Okay.
That printout looks the same as what it would look like if you pulled it up on a computer, right?
Okay, yes.
Move in what's been pre-marked as Magbanua 25. Not introduced to the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Investigator, in your report for the phone numbers that you have for Luis Rivera, you do not have the phone number 305-934-6615. Right?
It's not on my report, no.
There is a phone number, but it's 1 digit different, right?
I think the inquiry is as to information he has of Mr. Rivera. Is that the question? From
Information.
Mr. Rivera.
Correct, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection as to that question.
Agent, during your investigation, the phone number that you find out belonging to Luis Rivera is 305-935-6615, right?
Correct.
Not 305-934-6615, right?
I don't recall.
Is the phone number with 934 in your report?
I sustain that hearsay objection.
Let's go to the gun now. It's a murder weapon, right?
Yes.
You've stopped searching for it.
Correct.
There were a few attempts made, right?
Yeah, a couple of extensive attempts.
High altitude plane for South Florida, but just a few attempts to find the murder weapon up here, right?
I spent days looking for it, yes.
It was never found.
No.
Now, the only information that you had, the only person to help you find it was Luis Rivera, right?
Correct.
Now, you talked about yesterday about the route that he took you on, right?
Correct.
Now, he also drew you a picture too, right?
We went on a route that the cell site data showed us they went on.
But when it came to stopping at bridges, or You had no evidence that it was actually dumped in a body of water, right?
No.
For all you know, it's in a slab of concrete in Miami.
Could be.
The only thing that you had to go on was Luis Rivera saying we dumped it on the trip back. And then you cross-referenced it with the route that they took with their cell phones, right?
That's correct.
You drew this route.
That looks like it's,
You smile as you're looking at it.
yes.
It's not a good drawing, is it?
No.
It's almost laughable.
Opinion, yes.
Perhaps Luis Rivera did not want you to find the gun. That's possible, right?
Not in my opinion. It's not what happened.
Let's talk about that. You're also a federal agent.
Yes.
There's a potential on a case like this that it could become a federal case, right?
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that, and I'm going to get into the legalese here, that the federal government can prosecute a case that's already been prosecuted in state court. The same thing. They're considered separate sovereigns.
That's my understanding, yes.
And on many of your federal investigations, in many ways that you end up getting jurisdiction to prosecute a case is on interstate commerce, right?
Correct.
So what would be like an armed robbery case, a Hobbs Act robbery, right?
Yes.
You know what Hobbs Act robbery is, right?
Yes, what's the question?
If there is a gun that's used in that, and that gun can be tied to interstate commerce, if the gun was produced in Cleveland, that's interstate commerce, you can prosecute in federal court.
Yes.
Meaning Luis Rivera, if the gun were found and it could be tied to interstate commerce, could be prosecuted in federal court, right?
Possibly, yes.
Most gun manufacturers are outside of the state of Florida.
Correct.
And again, this is a guy that when he's cooperating, he's already a federal inmate
That's correct.
with a lot of guys that have had cases dealing with interstate commerce. Right?
Correct.
Who is Cecilia Magbanua?
I believe that's Miss McManuel's mother.
Now we're going to go back to the topic of money into Katherine Magbanua's account. During your investigation, you see that there are monies being transferred to Katherine at the time in her 20s from her mother, giving her money, right?
Correct.
You never interviewed Cecilia Magbanua, right?
No.
She's located down in South Florida, right?
She was.
You say was because during this prosecution, she passed away.
Correct.
It's already been asked and answered. The objection's not timely.
She passed away during this
I
process.
sustained the objection at this point in time.
Okay. Never interviewed her, right?
No.
Let's talk about evidence of innocence, of Katherine's innocence. Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera are arrested. You would agree with me that there was lots of media.
Yes.
Katherine didn't flee, right?
I believe she did.
Wouldn't flee mean she's gone?
Flee means she left her apartment that we had a camera on, and she stopped using her cell phone and would not respond to us. We tried to contact her and she wouldn't respond.
You're talking about the one time that, not yourself, but that two men went and knocked on her door and didn't identify themselves as law enforcement. That's the time you're talking about, right?
With their badges showing, and she knew they were law enforcement.
You don't know if she knew that.
She said it on the phone.
You can't say that she knew why they were there, right? You can't say that. Whether it was for Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Right.
You can't say that.
No.
And you can't say that the reason why she moved out of her apartment is because now the person that she was sharing it with has been arrested by you and she can't pay for it.
This happened before she was arrested. This happened after I spoke with Mr. Garcia. Then they left the apartment.
Let me give you the reference points again. Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera are arrested, right? There's lots of media. During that time, she moves out of the apartment, right?
No, that's not correct.
But wasn't that the reason why you said she fled?
She moved out of the apartment before he was arrested.
All right. At some point in between May of 2016, and her arrest in October, the actual probable cause affidavits, meaning the paperwork that explains everything, signed by a judge to arrest somebody, that's released in the media. You know about that, right?
I heard about it, yes.
Didn't flee. Right?
What's your definition of flee?
Getting on a plane and leaving the country. She didn't do that, did
She
she?
didn't leave the country, no.
Didn't leave the state.
Nope.
Didn't leave the county of Miami-Dade.
Disagree with that.
She went to Broward, which is the next county over,
Yes,
sort of like going from here to Jefferson.
yes,
So that's your definition. She went to hide out
yes,
down the street.
yes, she did.
Before her arrest, there was also a 2020 special. You know about that, right?
I've heard about it.
This prosecutor, Ms. Kappelman, she appeared on it.
Overruled.
Ms. Kappelman appeared on it, was interviewed, and talked about the case. You remember that, right?
I didn't see the episode, but I heard about it.
And then it talked about Katherine Magbanua's involvement, right?
I don't know what it said.
A brief moment, Your Honor. Let's sum up the theory here. And Your Honor, to let you know, it's
We're not going to recap if that's what you're about.
No, it's not.
To the cause.
Not a recap, just want to let you know that I think this time will be about 5 minutes.
We're still not going to just go back and summarize what you've already asked.
Not
If
a
you have a
second.
new question, ask a new question.
Just giving Your Honor a time reference.
I'm not cared about your timeline.
Okay,
I'm cared
okay,
that
then we'll
it's a
keep it
new
moving.
question
We'll keep it
that we've
moving.
not covered.
During the course of your investigation, you learned that Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson take a trip to Key West, right?
Yes,
And you learned during that investigation that it was considered by Charles to be the goodbye tour.
no, I didn't learn that.
You would agree with me that during the time of June and July of 2014, that Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua break up
We had indications of that. We weren't positive, yes,
before the homicide.
yes.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that this wasn't all an agreement between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia?
That's a summary question. That's not an appropriate question. Do you have a new question, Mr. Dakota?
I ask you a hypothetical. Charles Adelson is communicating with Sigfredo Garcia. One wants his brother-in-law murdered. The other one wants the girl that he loves back. The exchange is $100,000 on the murder. In exchange, I'll break up with a girlfriend. What evidence do you have that says that that didn't happen?
Sustain.
And again, the breakup happened right when the murder happened, right?
I don't know that.
1 second, John.
Redirect.
You were asked about this check from Club Fate.
Yes,
Were you aware that this check bounced out of Ms. Magbanua's account?
no, it was not.
All right, and this check is for the amount of $985.62.
Correct.
We heard testimony that Ms. Magbanua worked about 2 nights a week at the clubs. How many nights would that be for the period of this?
Objection, mischaracterization of testimony.
Sustain
Back
the
person
objection.
alone.
All right, if she was working for a month, isn't that what the memo line indicates?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Does the memo line indicate she was being paid for about a month, $985 for the
That's-
month of April?
That's correct.
All right. And if she worked 8 nights during the month of April, that would be about $123 a night, correct?
Objection, speculation as to how many nights you worked in each given month.
Overruled.
If she worked 8 nights in the month of April, that would be about $123 a night, correct?
That's correct.
And apparently Club Fate, since the memo indicates that this is
Objection,
for,
leading and counsel testifying.
Overruled.
since the memo line indicates that this $985.62 is paid to Katherine Magbanua for tips, then Club Fate apparently does not pay for tips in cash.
That's correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And is there anything about this check that accounts for the spike in cash income around the time of the homicide as shown in State's Exhibit 180?
Objection, personal knowledge calls for narrative and speculation.
Overruled.
Can that check explain the spike?
No, it cannot.
You were asked about basically, do you have any evidence to indicate that Ms. Magbanua was not employed at the Adelson Institute? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
All right, and you mentioned a couple things, but the employees there did not know what it was that she did there, correct?
Objection, personal knowledge and hearsay.
Judge, the witness was asked what evidence he had.
Well, let's clarify what his knowledge is. I'll overrule the objection, but there needs to be a foundation. Let's not lead your own witness, please.
Did you go into the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
Did you inquire of the employees there what it was that Ms. Magbanua did there?
Yes, I did.
And were those employees Ms. Libredo and Erica Johnson?
Yes, they were.
And were those witnesses able to give you any explanation as what, if anything, Ms. Magbanua did for that business?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Were Ms. Libredo and Ms. Johnson able to shed any light as to what, if anything, it is that Ms. Magbanua did for the Adelson Institute?
No, they were not.
And you received or reviewed some employment records from the Adelson Institute as well?
Yes, I did.
The exhibit that's in evidence here today.
Yes.
All right, and did that exhibit shed any light on what it was that Ms. Magbanua was doing for the Adelson Institute?
No, it did not.
You were shown some texts. I'll show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 185.
Or we can go sidebar.
Agent, please take a moment to review State's Exhibit 185 and advise if you recognize.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Is that a text thread from Mr. Adelson's iCloud?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair and accurate depiction of the text thread?
Yes, it is.
And who is the conversation between?
Between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
On what date?
The date is 11/6 of 2014.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce an evidence States 185.
Subject to my prior ruling, it be admitted.
Defense asked for a recross on that one exhibit.
I may hear what the discussion is for a ruling. You may.
Read us the text thread and tell us who's in what.
Yes. I'm sorry, you want me to read it?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Just the body?
yes, and tell us who's.
Okay. From Charlie Adelson, put that you work in the office, not at home. Then response from Ms. Magbanua is no shit, Sherlock. Then Ms. Magbanua again says LOL. Then she says again, I don't know pay period dates. Can you call me? I'm driving. Mr. Adelson responds, our pay period is Monday through Monday.
Would have been an exchange that occurred after Magbanua began receiving paychecks from the Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
All right. You were asked about on the wire calls, and particularly in reference to the bump. You were asked basically questions about the flyer and how do we know that there was really $5,000 written on the flyer, correct?
Correct.
And did you say that the wire calls contain the amount $5,000?
Yes, there was some wire conversation of 5,000.
All right, and is that an amount that was reported in those first 3 calls between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
Between Donna and Charlie, I don't recall exactly if it was in
Okay.
those 3 or not.
All right. You were asked about the issue of the legitimacy of Mr. Charlie Adelson contacting Katherine Magbanua after the bump.
Right.
All right. So there were a lot of questions about her ex-girlfriend, and isn't it natural that he would have contacted Katherine Magbanua because she was his ex-girlfriend?
Correct.
All right. And isn't it true that on the calls, Mr. Adelson indicates he's got 87 ex-girlfriends?
Correct.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
And that's in call D that has been introduced into evidence. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay.
And I do recall earlier question also.
All right. And so we watched the bump video, and the undercover does say Katie. You were asked about Katherine, but it's actually Katie, correct?
Correct.
That the undercover says to Mrs. Adelson.
That's correct.
Does Mrs. Adelson in any of those calls that preceded, okay, I want to know about the calls between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson before Charlie Adelson calls Katherine Magbanua. You understand what the time period I'm asking about?
Yes, 3 calls.
During those calls, does Mrs. Adelson tell Charlie Adelson that the undercover said Katie?
Objection, hearsay, court prior ruling.
Overruled.
You understand the question? I'm
Yes,
sorry, I know it's
yes.
convoluted.
No, it's fine. She does not say Katie. She never says the name Katie.
So when Charlie Adelson first contacts Katherine Magbanua, all he knows is that the undercover mentioned ex-girlfriend, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence the calls listed as A, B, and C.
I'm not gonna revisit my move at this point.
How many of the 87 ex-girlfriends did Mr. Adelson contact after talking to his mother about the bump?
Only one,
And who was that?
Katherine Magbanua.
You were asked about whether there's any evidence of contact between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. Recall that?
Yes,
All right, and we do have the one unanswered call from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014, right?
that's correct.
Okay, that's not the same thing as Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. And it was suggested that that call could have had something to do with this interaction about the jet ski. Do you remember being asked about that?
I do.
All right. And if the call to Charlie, okay, strike that. If the call from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st had to do with Charlie Adelson trying to confront, strike, gotta start over. Okay. If the call on July 1st, 2014, from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson, the one that was the link that we got from the tower dump,
Right.
if that call was, as has been suggested, Sigfredo Garcia angry about the relationship between Charlie and Katie, trying to confront Charles Adelson, wouldn't that indicate that Sigfredo Garcia did not have contact with Charlie Adelson prior to
Objection,
that?
speculation.
I think it calls for speculation.
All right.
Same object.
But the first murder trip occurred prior to that July 1 call. Happened in June, right?
That's correct.
And the murder didn't happen that trip.
That's true.
But whoever hired these guys to go kill Dan Markel did it before July 1st.
Exactly.
Objection, still speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any evidence through the entire investigation of any communication between Charlie Adelson and any Latin King?
None.
Is, in your experience, is a drug buyer and seller relationship, does that usually have some type of phone communication associated with it?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, absolutely.
We didn't see any such communication between Charlie and any Latin King drug seller.
That's correct. None.
Was there anything unusual about the procedure that was used to arrest Katherine Magbanua?
No, absolutely not.
Was it a typical show of force for the
Objection,
arrest of a
motion to
suspect?
eliminate.
We'll have to get that from it.
Was the show of force employed in the arrest of Ms. Magbanua a typical show of force for the arrest of a murder suspect?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your opinion as to whether or not Charlie Adelson believed that the undercover in the bump was a law enforcement officer. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and you said no, your belief was that he was just trying to assuage his mother, that it wasn't going to be a problem.
Correct.
Okay. And does call I on State's Exhibit 138 illustrate your belief?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move in and publish call I of States 138.
Is there still objection to I?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
I'm not going to revisit. I will.
You were asked about Luis Rivera's arrest around our operative time frame, so June and July of 2014. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were shown a Chase account that lists the Normandy address as his address. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Did Luis Rivera tell you where he was staying at the time of the arrest? Not the
Objection,
arrest.
hearsay.
Strike
Overruled.
that. Did Luis Rivera tell you where he was staying around the time of the 2 murder trips?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was at his girlfriend's apartment, Jessica Rivera. Jessica
Rodriguez?
Rodriguez.
Okay.
And it was on 135th.
All right. And Jessica, did we also look at Luis Rivera's phone location information to indicate that he was physically laying his head at Jessica Rodriguez's residence around
Yes.
that time?
Yes, we did.
All right. And on September 17th, 2015, did law enforcement respond to that address?
Yes, they did.
And what was that in reference to?
Domestic.
Domestic between who?
Mr. Rivera and Jessica Rodriguez.
All right. So both the 2 of them were there on 9/17 of 15.
Correct.
You were asked about your efforts to look for the gun, and it was suggested that maybe you should have used a high altitude plane to look for the gun. Is that something that you think might have been helpful?
No, not at all.
All right. But you did go to the area where Mr. Rivera indicated the gun may be and do your best efforts to look for the gun in that
Objection
location.
needed.
Overruled.
Yes, we did.
Whether or not the gun was recovered, could Luis Rivera have been prosecuted in federal court?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
I mean, he could have been prosecuted for murder in federal court, couldn't he?
Yes.
Whether or
absolutely.
not you had a gun.
Absolutely.
No further questions.
I'll allow recross. I'm limited to State's Exhibit 185. Anything? All right.
Agent. Show government 185. He said, put that you work in the office, not at home, right?
Right.
Not put that you work in the office. Right?
Objection confusing?
Legal objection.
I think the question's been asked and answered. Do you have another question, Mr. Cook?
Your Honor, I actually haven't got an answer to it.
Oh, I thought he said that it said put that you work in the office, not at home. Did you not answer
That's
that
what
question?
it says. Yes.
All right, we've got an answer. Move on, Mr. DeCock.
This answer, put that you work in the office, would indicate that it was all a sham.
We're not going to speculate on what it meant. Move on, Mr. DeCock. Further? Any further, Ms. Kaplan?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Ready for lunch? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, question. I was got. I'm sorry. All right. Go sidebar. did you look at any, tax information as to Ms. Magbanua? In other words, 1040s on Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and were there W-2s for Ms. Magbanua from the bars and nightclubs and Adelson Institute?
Not that I recall about the bars, the Adelson Institute. There were some records.
Make sure you speak where they can hear you. I know I'm asking the question, a little
Sorry.
awkward, but.
Sorry.
So there were some W-2s from the Adelson Institute, but you don't recall any from the bars and nightclubs.
That's correct.
And were the bars from the nightclubs, I'm sorry, was the cash from the bars and nightclubs or other income shown on Ms. Magbanua's 1040s?
No, that was not claimed.
What's that?
No, that was not claimed.
Did the Adelson Institute pay unemployment tax or reemployment tax on Ms. Magbanua?
From my recollection, I believe they did pay some taxes on it. Yes.
Did you look at any employment records for Mr. Garcia?
I don't believe I found any other than when he was working at Rapid Capital, so I did not get their employment records.
You didn't see anything from Coastal Masonry?
I'm sorry, we did get something from Coastal Masonry too.
And
Short period.
did they report their wages?
They did.
Did you attempt to match that with what went into Mr. Garcia's bank account?
Yes, we did.
Now, did you have bank records for Mr. Garcia back in the 2014 time?
I believe so. I believe we did.
Were there any searches made of any residences to search for the gun?
No, they were not.
You were asked about the show of force in terms of arresting Ms. Magbanua. Was a similar show of force used as the arrest of Mr. Garcia?
Yes, it was.
And I don't know whether you have ready access to this, but do you know how many times the undercover number was called?
It was less than a handful.
Do you have some record of that?
I might be able to refer back. I believe, from my recollection, Charlie called it once. Mr. Adelson called it once. Mr. Garcia called it one time, got the voicemail, and Mrs. Adelson called it once. I think she might have called twice.
Mrs. Adelson, who?
Donna Adelson called it twice. She called one time and didn't reach him, and then she returned the call, I believe. So possibly a total of 4. I could be mistaken on that, but around 4.
Any follow-up from the state?
When did Donna Adelson call? Actually, better question would be if you could give us all of those calls and the dates and who called. Would that take you time?
I might be able to pull that up pretty quickly, I hope. So Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson called the undercover on 4/28.
Sorry, can you say that again? So I can hear you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson called the undercover on 4/28 of 16. On do have on 5/6 is when Donna Adelson called the undercover agent and got his voicemail. The UCE actually tried to call her back, she didn't answer, and then she calls him back on the same date, all on 5/6/16. And the date that Mr. Garcia called.
That's within 7.
It is one in evidence, yes, sir. I think it was on the 28th also, because that's when he got the voicemail. That's when Mr. Garcia called the undercovers on 4/28/16.
So since Charlie Adelson's call was unfortunate and Mr. Garcia's last 6 times.
Yes. So Charlie called the undercover agent at 11:33 a.m. And Mr. Garcia called just prior to, it was around 2:00 p.m. that afternoon.
Just for the record, that is called the undercover call. I'm sorry, I'm looking for. Yes. Garcia.
Especially the call for Sigfredo Garcia that you have on 428, that came from a handset associated with Mr. Garcia, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
No, I don't recall exactly which handset it came from. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Well, the reason why I'm asking that question is because there's no actual voicemail left, correct?
Correct. There's no voicemail.
Okay, so you don't know who actually picked up the phone that on the handset that belonged to Mr. Garcia and made that call, correct?
Correct.
And at that time was Mr. Garcia, who was he staying with at that time?
He was staying with Miss Magbanua.
Magbanua. Are you done?
Yes.
David, you asked questions about tax and employment information for bars and clubs.
Correct.
There's no bars involved here. It's just nightclubs, right?
Sure. The 2 nightclubs you brought up earlier.
Hollywood Live and Club Fit.
Okay.
You were asked about employment documentation. Were subpoenas ever sent to either of these companies, these nightclubs, to get any documentation?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You were asked about the communications between the undercover. Correct me if I'm wrong, there was also a text message that was sent by the undercover to Donna Adelson in the middle of the night.
That's correct.
Have you brought that up yet?
I don't recall if I have or not.
You have the body of that message?
Not with me.
It was a threatening message?
Threatening? No, not really. I mean, somewhat, but
Somewhat threatening?
somewhat, yes.
Turn your attention now to the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay.
You remember being asked about that a minute ago?
Yes.
All right. With respect to Miss Magbanua, and this ties into the same topic, you remember at one point when the state attorney's office was trying to litigate over her medical records.
Okay.
You were present for that
For,
at times.
for the hearing, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Present for what?
Were you ever, so this hearing, you know of the time frame, right?
The hearing of the actual hearing
It
of.
was like right before her arrest.
Okay. No, I'm not familiar with.
A couple of months before her arrest, would that sound right?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Were you ever made aware that she was willing to voluntarily surrender?
No.
Nothing further on.
Redirect. Scott.
Yes. You were asked about the call from Mr. Garcia to the undercover, and that was on 4/28 around 2 o'clock, you said.
Yes,
All right, and he didn't leave a voicemail, so we can't prove that was him that called the UC, was the idea.
right.
With me so far?
Yes,
All right, there was a call which was admitted into evidence, LL.
correct.
And who is on that call?
It's Mr. Garcia.
All right, and at what time? That's on 4/28 as well, correct?
That's correct.
So about 9 minutes after well, I guess I need to ask you first, what time was LL placed?
2:09 p.m.
All right, so about 9 minutes after the hang up call to the undercover.
That's correct.
No further questions.
And I misspoke when I said the Garcia call was in evidence. I was mixed up with Charlie Adelson call to the undercover is the one that's in evidence. So I misspoke. You can step down, Agent Sanford. There were two legal questions asked that I have to deal with legal questions. It's not for the witness to deal with. It asked whether the video of Mr. Rivera in custody was in evidence, and the answer to that it is not. And the follow-up question to that was, why is the Rivera interview video considered hearsay, but the phone calls from the wiretap are not considered hearsay? And let me say, hearsay is a very complicated subject. There are books and books written on hearsay. There are law school classes on hearsay. You cannot become a hearsay expert today. There are approximately 30 exceptions to the hearsay rule. There are circumstances where hearsay does not apply. So just accept that you're not going to become an expert on hearsay based upon your involvement in this trial. But in general, the hearsay, it is not hearsay when somebody takes somebody's statement and presents it against them. But it is hearsay if that person who is making the conversation tries to use it back. I know that's a little confusing, but in other words, if it's being used against someone, it is not hearsay. It is, if it's trying to be used by the person, it is hearsay. That's a little confusing. As I said, as to Mr. Rivera's statements, what he said that was inconsistent with what he said in court is admissible against him, but not everything he says is admissible in court. So that probably just fuels your confusion, but that's what I get paid to try to sort out, and done my best to do so. So anyway, y'all have a good lunch. Let's be back at 1:30, please. Either side have any issues? See y'all at 1:30.
Unplugged.
Are you serious?
My name is Louis Bronstein, LOUIS BRONSTEIN. I'm a special agent with FBI Miami.
All right, and is that how you were employed back on April 20th of 2016?
Yes,
And did you participate in a surveillance operation at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita?
I did.
Where is that location?
18288 Collins Avenue, Sunny Isles, just north of Miami Beach.
All right, and what was the objective of that operation?
That was to surveil a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Katie Magbanua.
Do you know the date? Well, we talked about 4/20/16. Do you know the time of this meeting?
It's approximately 3:45 to roughly 4:45.
Okay, and what efforts were made to record the meeting?
Prior to entering the restaurant, I was handed a audio video recording device by another agent. Entered the restaurant, took up a seat near Charlie and Katie, and set up the device that was in a sort of a messenger bag in such a way they would be able to record it, the audio and video.
Right, and have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 154 disc of that meeting?
Yes,
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the recording that was made inside the restaurant that day?
yes,
All right, and the quality of the recording is very poor. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Okay, and is that's not something that, let me ask, were you able to overhear the conversation that was occurring between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua in the restaurant?
There was a lot of background noise in the restaurant. The one fragment of a sentence that I could clearly hear, I authored it's called an FBI 302 form regarding that.
Okay, and what was that fragment?
That, if I remember correctly, it was a sentence to the effect of, and then he turned and said, Mrs. Adelson, or, and then Mrs. Adelson, and she turned. And that was regarding an event that had happened earlier that day. This
Okay,
was,
who was making the statement?
this was Charlie Adelson making that statement to
Okay.
Katie.
And he was saying something about somebody turning?
Yes,
Okay. And were you able to visually observe the meeting was attempted to be captured on State's 154?
yes.
All right. And who were the people that were involved in the meeting?
Charlie Adelson and Katie Magbanua.
And are you able to recognize either of them in the courtroom here today?
Recognize Katie.
All right. Could you please point out what she's wearing?
Gray suit, striped shirt, glasses.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified defendant Magbanua. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 154.
Any additional objection?
No new objection, Your Honor.
Right, I really be the same. 154 will be admitted. The understanding that their significant part of this is not understandable.
Yes, sir. My request is to publish just a portion so the jury can get an idea of what the
You
video
may.
is like. Yes, please. Agent Bronstein, is that Charlie Adelson that we're able to see in the camera view?
Yes,
And the legs of the woman seated across from him, is that Ms. Magbanua?
yes.
All right, let's play a few more of them. Is the quality from the portion we published pretty consistent with the quality throughout this meeting?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Your involvement in this investigation was limited to this portion of it?
Just this?
Yes.
No.
Were you part of the team that made investigative decisions with regards to what to do after the bump?
Decisions, no. Action, yes. At that time, I was a very junior special agent.
It's still special.
Still special.
So so you were in essence following instructions, correct?
Yes.
At no point were you instructed to see if Ms. Magbanua and my client, Mr. Garcia, were to meet at a restaurant to attempt to record their conversations, correct?
To be clear, you're asking if I was instructed to watch Ms. Magbanua and Mr.
Garcia.
Garcia?
Correct.
Not that I can recall.
Because what you were asked to do in this part of the investigation was you guys knew where they were going, correct?
I was informed where Charlie had recently been spotted. I don't know that I knew where he was going.
Well, there was an active wire intercept, correct?
As my knowledge that there was, but I had no involvement with it.
Okay. So you don't know how you got information, but you were instructed to go someplace and Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua showed up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, were you instructed to go any place to look to see if Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia would show up together?
Not that I can recall.
And these would be instructions that you would have gotten from either a prosecutor or a higher ranking federal agent, correct?
It would have come from another FBI agent.
And how long is this video?
Shy of an hour, I would say.
And the recording device that you had, was it like a little camera or what was it?
I think it could best be described as a messenger bag with the device itself is roughly the size of a laptop, and it has numerous holes for microphones on one side of it and a small camera lens, and I believe just one button, an on-off button. And the idea is you hold it as if it's a messenger bag with a laptop in it, and whatever way it's facing is whatever audio and video it's going to capture.
Does the FBI have other technology that has more compact types of surveillance,
Certainly,
like button cams? You know what that is, right?
yes.
And you'll agree with me that a button camera, is it a camera that's strategically placed in like a little button like this, correct?
I'm familiar that that exists, but I've never used one.
Okay, but you're familiar that they exist, correct?
I mean, at least in movies and TV. I've never actually used one.
Okay. Well, my question is this: you're aware that they have them in the FBI, right?
They might.
Okay. So the only type of surveillance that you know about is the one that you used here?
Technical surveillance?
Yes, sir.
In terms of audio video device moved into a
Right. So
like I did?
so you said that what you had was about the size of a laptop, correct?
Yes.
Like this.
Yeah,
This is a laptop, right?
correct, about that size.
And so the FBI used a surveillance recording device roughly this size to capture this video. correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Take that.
Sure. Special agent, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, how are you?
Well, thank you. You wrote a report,
Yes.
and in that report, you put what somebody said, right?
Yes.
That's part of your training.
Yes.
whether there's a recording or not, to do a report to memorialize it, right?
Correct.
That's important for many different reasons. Some of them would be for you to be able to testify later on in time accurately, correct?
Yes.
And also for the defense and the prosecution to know what happened during the course of an investigation.
That's correct.
And it's policy to do that. That's the FBI's policy to do that.
Yes.
You testified that you couldn't hear things, but you could obviously see them, right?
Yes.
You can't say, do you know anything about what's been called the bump in this case?
I'm familiar with the bump.
That piece of paper was given to Donna Adelson?
I vaguely remember a piece of paper, but I don't know what might have been on it.
I'm putting on the overhead that's been entered in as government's 120. Zoom up for you. You can't say that you saw Charles Adelson show Katherine Magbanua a piece of paper that had printing consistent with that on it, can you?
No.
One brief second, Your Honor.
No.
Nothing further.
Redirect. All right, did you ever have a question? I won't forget this time. Last time it was just so long, I've forgotten to ask for questions. Anybody have questions? All right, you can step down. We need to keep this witness in further.
Yes, sir.
If I need him for any reason.
No,
All right, you're excused. Call your next witness.
State recalls Craig Isom.
All right, have a seat, please, sir. State your name again for the record, please.
Craig Isom.
May I proceed?
All right, Investigator Isom, do
And you remain under who? Mr. Rice?
Yes, sir.
you recall going to the crime scene in this
Yes.
case? And are you familiar with the area around the crime scene, meaning that ingresses and egresses off of Trescott?
Yes.
All right, and are you familiar with where the crime scene tape was located in this case?
There was, I know there was crime scene tape north of the residence. I think I saw it at one point, probably 3 or 4 houses north
All
of
right.
2116.
And my question is, could one have seen the crime scene tape if one was passing by on Centerville Road looking down Trescott?
No.
Right. Did you conduct an interview of Wendy Adelson on July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
And during that interview, did she indicate that she drove up Trescott and approached the crime scene tape while it was up during this investigation?
Yes.
Were you present for the arrest of Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And that was on October 1st of 16.
October 1st, 2016.
And you traveled down to Miami for this arrest?
Broward County. Yes.
Okay. And Agent Sanford was there?
Yes.
Was there anything about the show of force that for this particular arrest that was unusual or different from other homicide arrests?
No.
At the time of Ms. Magbanua's arrest, did you receive a phone call?
Yes.
From whom did you receive a phone call?
Charlie Adelson's attorney, identified as David Marcus.
And did Mr. Marcus indicate that he knew Ms. Magbanua was being arrested?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's go to sidebar, please.
No further questions.
Garcia.
One second, Judge.
Nothing from Mr. Garcia, Judge.
Magbanua.
Investigator Ison.
Yes.
You were asked questions about the arrest of Katherine Magbanua. You remember that, right?
I was just asked, I believe it was one question.
Just operating fairly here.
I don't want to distract that comment.
Certainly. Jury disregard comment. Ask the question, please, Mr. DeCosta.
You were informed prior to her arrest that she would voluntarily surrender if need be, right?
No.
Let's talk about your meeting with Luis Rivera on September 30th of 2016. You wrote a report.
Object to outside the scope.
Sustained.
All right, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
All right. The jury have a question of this witness on this topic. All right. Ms. Adler. step down, that's good. There was a,
Will be recalled today.
what's that?
Will be recalled today.
There was a question about whether Mr. Markel was wearing a seatbelt. Investigator Isom wasn't on the scene until he'd been removed from the car, so he would not be a proper witness to ask that question of. There was also a question I asked about disregarding certain questions or answers. I know that can get a little confusing sometimes. If a question is asked and answered, and there is a basis for me to what we call strike it, I will tell you so, and I will tell you to disregard it. Other than that, you're to consider whatever questions and answers are given. Now, we've had a lot of cases where a question is asked, and then there's an objection and there's no answer. Questions are not evidence. Questions are something that the attorney has asked. It is not something that you should consider as evidence. And as I told you in the opening comments, my opening instructions, you're not to speculate what a witness might have said had the witness answered that question. Either the question's been withdrawn, you've had some instances where the question's withdrawn, or I've sustained an objection to it. That means there's a legal bar to answering that question, so you're not to speculate on what the answer might have been. So those are three situations that have come up. Hopefully that answers your question. All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hull.
What up here, please? State your name again for the record, please.
Mary Hull, Hull.
You remain under oath, Ms. Hull.
Yes, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Hull.
Good afternoon.
I want to take you back to the last time that you were testifying in this case. When you were going through the types of bank records and documentation that you relied upon to do your financial analysis, you had relied upon some income tax filings. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. And did you rely on Katherine Magbanua's 2013, 2014, and 2015 income tax filings?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Ma'am.
First, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
Ms. Magbanua's 1040 for 2013.
And a 1040.
It's a tax filing.
And is this an accurate copy of the 2013 tax filing for Ms. Magbanua?
Yes.
What exhibit number was that?
190. The state moves into evidence Exhibit 190.
Is there objection?
From Mr. Garcia.
No new objection.
I wasn't aware there was an objection to all of this particular document. What is your legal objection to this? I understood your objection to the other two documents, but not to this one.
Same objection as to that, Your Honor.
I'll allow State's Exhibit 190.
Next, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 186. I know I'm going out of order. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that
It's Katherine Magbanua was 1040 for 2014.
And is that an accurate reflection of her income tax filing?
Yes.
That offer into evidence states 186, Your Honor.
Any additional objection to that?
No, you aren't.
Be admitted.
Finally, I'm showing you States Exhibit 188. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
It's Ms. Magbanua's 2015 1040 tax filing.
And is it also accurate? Copy. The state offers into evidence States Exhibit 188 at this time.
Any additional objection? To be admitted.
No, you aren't.
May I publish it?
No.
Starting with 2013.
There's minor social security information on those documents. I'd ask for the government to, at least before they publish to the jury, the black was out.
We're not going to do it, but this will be a sealed document. And we'll redact that before it's made public.
And can we do that for all three?
Right.
On the 2013 tax document, what employment or wages were reported for 2013 by Ms. Magbanua?
12,297.
No, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask that right. Where did she report being employed?
Oh, Sophie Dental.
In 2014 tax filing, and for the record, this is States Exhibit 186. Where did she report being employed?
Sophie Dental.
And is there anyone on the bottom?
Can you
Oh, yes.
say that a little more clearly? You're kind of looking down and talking. Would you say that a little more clearly, please?
Sophie Dental.
And then what other employers?
Adelson Institute.
That's the company.
Finally, for 2015, where did Ms. Magbanua report being employed?
Dr. Obed.
And was there a second one as well?
There was for Adelson Institute.
Now, for the Adelson Institute, would that company or as a business receive any financial benefit to reporting to the IRS that Katherine Magbanua was in fact an employee they were paying funds to?
Yes.
Can you explain that for me?
It would have reduced their taxable income by paying out her salary.
So if they list something as a paid salary, they can deduct that from their total income and then they would only be taxed on the remaining amount?
Yes.
In order for Katherine Magbanua to in turn claim the Adelson Institute on her tax filings, or those wages on her tax filings, would Adelson Institute be required to report her as an employee?
Yes, if she was going to claim the taxes back, yes.
Was there any indication on these three tax filings, 2013, 2014, and 2015, that Katherine Magbanua claimed any employment at a bar, restaurant, club, anything of that nature?
No.
Any reported tips as wages?
I take that back. There was a business that had no name. It was a clerical job in 2013 for $773.
That's 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
For the year 2013, we'll strike that, right. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you State's Exhibit 187 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a summary of her tax filings that we have, simplified summary.
And those are for 2013, 14, and 15?
It is.
Did you have any other tax returns?
No, I did not.
Did you have any what?
Other tax returns? You answered no.
No, we did not.
And is this an accurate summary of the 3 income tax filings we just discussed?
Yes.
I'd offer into evidence State's Exhibit 187.
I'm not going to accept it in evidence. I assume there's objection. I will allow it to be displayed as a demonstrative aid.
Yes, sir. Same, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 189. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that document contain?
It's a summary where I added the cash deposits as well to show what would have been a more accurate reflection of her income.
Same for State's Exhibit 189, correct, Judge?
Yes.
First, I'm going to put up here as a demonstrative State's Exhibit 187. And if you have a laser pointer up there, if you wouldn't mind using it. Can you describe the information you've reflected on State's 187 demonstrative?
These are the two, there was a W-2 form, and that shows the 12,290. And then there was some other category for a clerical position she had that showed the 773. When you total those up, that shows up on her line 22 for her total income for that year.
So if someone were to go look at the tax filing for 2013 and go exactly to line 22, they would see the total combined wages reported by Ms. Magbanua for that particular year on the tax file.
Yes.
Okay. Same question regarding the 2004 tax filings. How much was reported wages for Sophie Dental?
12,465.
And how much was reported for the Adelson Institute for 2014?
2,925.
Same idea, if we go to line 15 of the corresponding year's tax return, namely 2014, we would see the total reported wages of 15,390.
That's correct.
Finally, for 2015, how much was reported as wages for Broward Dermatology or Dr. Obed?
6,252.
And how much was reported from the Adelson Institute?
12,150.
And again, line 15 on the 2015 tax return would be the total wages for 2015 of $18,402.
That's correct.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Demonstrative Exhibit 189. Can you describe what is different about this particular demonstrative from the last one that we reviewed?
Objection calls for narrative.
On this analysis, I simply added in the cash deposits that would bring her income to a more accurate level.
And these are cash deposits that we do not see reflected in State's Exhibit 190, 186, or 188, the income tax filings.
That's correct.
So where are you getting this cash deposit number from?
It's from my original analysis that showed all the cash deposits.
And was that from the CD that we entered into evidence maybe last week or a couple days ago?
It is.
What were the amount of total cash deposits by Ms. Magbanua in 2013?
$2,800.
What were the total cash deposits in 2014?
Objection asked and answered.
$46,820.
And finally, total cash deposits for 2015?
$26,480.
In 2014, what is the difference between the total income reported and the total cash deposits?
Somewhere around 46,000,
Say what?
approximately 46,000. Did I answer that?
No. I asked you the difference
Oh,
between the cash deposited and the amount of income that Ms. Magbanua reported to the IRS in 2014.
31,000 approximately.
Did Ms. Magbanua receive a check from the IRS, like a tax return that we all look forward to?
We've gone far enough for this. Anything further?
Yes, sir. I'll move on to my next question. Did you review Sigfredo Garcia's? I know we discussed a little about his bank records last time.
Yes,
Did you have income tax filings for Mr. Garcia as well?
I did.
In 2013 and 2014, was there any reported income for Mr. Garcia?
There was not, even though he did file a tax form.
Okay. And then for 2015 or 2016, was there any income reported for Mr. Garcia?
2015 was 25,524. There was nothing for 2016. I saw no filing.
Would that be, I'll strike that question. And did you have any bank records from the earlier period, 2013, 2014?
I did not.
We have 1 moment, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Cross.
Ms. Hall, when you're discussing the fact that there's no bank records for my client from 2000, you said it's 13 to 14?
Yes.
He wasn't hiding those records from you, was he?
No, the account was closed. They were not able to be retrieved.
Okay, so if anybody closes an account, you can't retrieve the documentation?
It's much more difficult because the bank puts the records into archive.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, could you do it?
Possibly.
Right. Did you do it in this case? Do you have those records?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Government just asked you questions about cash deposit amounts for 2013, 14, 15. Just to make sure we have this clear. You don't have half of the year for 2013, right?
That's correct.
You don't have some of the year for 2015.
That's correct.
Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. The
It's-
government asked you questions about the incentive for the incentive for the business to pay something. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that when a business, or let's back this up even more. When we receive paychecks, there's always something taken out, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, right?
Yes.
Now, it's not just the employee that has to pay those taxes. The business pays the same amount as well, too, right?
Yes.
Those are called FICA taxes.
Yes.
If you could explain to the jury what FICA taxes are.
Federal income tax.
So if they want to pay somebody, they have to pay a tax on it. It's equivalent to what we see on our end as employers, the percentage that's taken out, right?
It's still a reduction in their expenses.
That's not my question, though. What I'm saying is that if a company wants to pay an employee, they got to pay about 15% of that money to the government, right?
Correct.
The other 15% is paid by the employees,
Yes.
right? Now, on your previous examination, you testified about how you, through your investigation, learned that the Adelsons had all this cash, right?
Yes.
Why go through all of this? Setting up employment, W-2s, taxes, instead of just paying a lump sum of cash?
I cannot answer that.
Let's go to the taxes now. Ms. Magbanua did not report her tips. You'd agree with me on that, right?
Yes.
That doesn't mean she wasn't working. And you were asked a question about a bar, but it's a nightclub, nightclubs, plural. That doesn't mean that she wasn't working at nightclubs, right?
I have no record of her having employment at a club.
And again, the government is the one that's giving you the information to review, the state attorney's office.
To answer your question fully, most people that receive tips also receive a small $1 an hour wage, and that's reported.
In your work, you've never investigated somebody that worked at Club Fate, have you?
Not that particular one, no.
So you wouldn't know the normal practice of Club Fate, right?
I know the normal practices of businesses,
But of a nightclub in Miami called Club Fate, you don't know, right?
not specifically.
At best, you can say that tips weren't claimed. You here with what you have can't say, no, she was not working there, right?
Correct.
One brief second, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Redirect.
You did review checks from Club Fate in this case, right?
There were 2 checks written in 2015, but both of the checks bounced.
My point was you would agree they were checks, not cash,
Correct.
for tips.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right. Did you have a question of this witness? All right. All right, you can step down. We need to keep the first.
Yes, sir.
You remain under subpoena. Call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state rests.
I need to let the jury step out. Everybody be seated. Garcia wishes to be heard on the judgment of acquittal motion.
Judge, at this time, Mr. Garcia asks for judgment on acquittal as to all 3 counts: murder in the first degree, solicitation of murder, conspiracy to commit murder. We believe that no reasonable juror could come back with finding of guilt based on the fact that all the evidence that pertains to these specific charges, the solicitation, the conspiracy, and the first degree murder charge, are elicited by Luis Rivera, which is undoubtedly one of the least credible witnesses that I've seen testify in any proceeding. He has inconsistent variations of story after story. There is documentation showing that he is the person that rents the Prius. He is the person whose firearm is used in the murder. Yet he is the only person that alleges that my client was involved in this. Now, I know the government has a circumstantial case, but there's nothing to show a jury that my client wasn't simply a uninvolved, an innocent conspirator or an innocent third party in a conspiracy. Simply being merely being present at the place of a crime that in some way acts in furtherance of that crime doesn't make you a potential conspirator. The only evidence that the government has that solidifies their position is through Mr. Rivera, and we believe that based on his substantial amount of inconsistencies, as well as his, I would say, refusal to answer our questions with regards to his gang affiliation, and our questions with regards to the Latin King organization, that no reasonable juror could come back with finding guilt.
Then I have a motion for judgment of Magbanua.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Magbanua, at this time, since the state has rested, we renew all previous motions and objections, and at this time make our first motion for judgment of acquittal as to all 3 counts in the case. The court is aware that the standard at this point is the court is to take the evidence in light most favorable to the state, and it is our position that even at this point, they have failed to establish a prima facie case of guilt against Ms. Magbanua. This is a purely circumstantial case. According to Earhart, direct evidence is evidence which requires only the inference that what the witness said is true to prove a material fact. Circumstantial evidence is evidence which involves an additional inference to prove the material fact. It is our position that this is a completely circumstantial case because Mr. Rivera's testimony requires inference upon inference in order to establish certain elements of the crime. For example, one of the elements in the first count, which is they are charging her as a principal to first-degree murder. The state has to prove that Ms. Magbanua knew that a murder was going to be committed and that she did something to assist. The only testimony that they have at this point is from Mr. Rivera, who was impeached not only by direct evidence and records, but also by his own statements. And he essentially is stating that he also testified, sorry, Your Honor, that he had no communication with Ms. Magbanua before and that all of his information was coming through Mr. Garcia. So at this point, they don't have any evidence, number one, that she knew that there was a murder was going to be committed or that she did anything to assist in that way. And as the court is very well aware, circumstantial standard, when the evidence of criminally accused person is circumstantial, a motion for judgment of acquittal should be granted if the state fails to present evidence from which the jury can exclude every reasonable hypothesis except that of guilt. When circumstantial evidence is relied upon for a conviction, circumstances when taken together must lead to a reasonable and moral certainty that the accused and no one else committed the offense. And then in relation to that, Your Honor, as to the conspiracy count, conspiracy exists when there is an express or implied agreement between two parties. The only direct evidence that the state gave in that respect was that there is phone communication between people who they don't have enough probable cause to arrest and my client. We have also presented evidence of a reasonable explanation that is not one of guilt, which is that she was communicating with her boyfriend as well as Mr. Garcia. They admit that they do not have the contents of those conversations, and not even Mr. Rivera, who claims that he found out that it was a murder on the drive up. So there is no evidence, direct evidence or otherwise, of any agreement between anyone for her to commit murder in order to establish the conspiracy element of the murder. Then we also, the same argument I would say too as to the solicitation, Your Honor, because solicitation then has the commanding, hiring, requesting, or encouraging another person to commit the crime. Mr. Rivera testified that he had never spoken to her. And everything that he said came across more so as a guessing game from Mr. Rivera. You know, she's behind the whole thing. These were all statements that are conclusory statements that weren't based on any direct evidence. And the case that I would have the court turn its attention to that we are relying on in terms of how the court is to handle this type of evidence, we're relying on Rocker v. States. It's a case that I relied on in the argument hearing. It's 122 Southern 3rd 898, and that's ROCKER, and that's from the 2nd DCA from 2013. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, if we can add one thing.
Your Honor, and also to bring to the court's attention, I'm looking at a copy of Ms. Magbanua's charging document, and they did not charge her as a principal. There's been no evidence in this case whatsoever that Ms. Magbanua was even in Tallahassee when Mr. Markel was killed, and the state has presented no evidence that she was the one that killed him. And that's what, they haven't charged her as a principal, Your Honor, so they have no evidence of that.
The law is pretty clear that that's not required. I would make the same ruling as to all previous motions and deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Have y'all discussed order of presentation of witnesses? We've been proceeding Garcia, Magbanua. Y'all wish to do anything different at this point in time? Right. So you're prepared to call your first witness?
Just give me a second. That Mr. Diaz taking that deposition with one of our potential witnesses in the penalty phase. So if you give me a minute, I'll go.
Who is your first witness going to be?
It's going to be he's now. He used to be Trooper Downing. Now it's Sergeant Downing for Highway Patrol.
And we need to, at the point, if you're still planning to call your gang expert, we need to discuss that before you call him.
I'm not going to call it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you're ready with testimony? You only 10 minutes. Give you enough.
Yeah.
10 minutes?
15 minutes.
What's that?
15 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. And I believe the second witness the defense intends to call is Mr. Sawicki.
Yes.
We've agreed that Sergeant Corbett could be present during his testimony.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question.
Okay. 15 minutes in, 2:45.
Thank you.
Let the jury know it'll be 15 minutes. Call to order. Court is back in session. So jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody, but the witness have a seat, please. If you would face the clerk and be sworn, please. Have a seat before you start this thing today. Let me just make a brief comment to the jury. All right, so the state has rested their case. Now we'll proceed into the defense case. Garcia gets to go first, and Ms. Magbanua, if they choose to present anything, and then the state would have an opportunity to put on any rebuttal evidence that they desire to put on as to either of the defense cases. So at this point in time, Mr. Garcia may call his first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Mr. Garcia calls a sergeant now, right?
That's correct.
Sergeant Downing. Could you please state your name and occupation to the jury?
Sergeant Stephen Downing of the Florida Highway Patrol.
And how long have you been with the Florida Highway Patrol, sir?
Since 2010.
And what current capacity do you have with Florida Highway Patrol?
I'm a sergeant.
And were you working with Florida Highway Patrol, I believe as a corporal in 2000, I'm sorry, I don't know what your title was, but were you with Florida Highway Patrol in June of 2014?
That's correct.
And what area would you be working in during that time period?
Wachusett County.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and publish to the members of the jury is Government's Exhibit 81. Right? Yeah, I do. Okay. So I'm gonna move this right down here. Right. You are Trooper SMD, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And that's your badge number right there, your ID number 3004?
It is.
And is it fair to say that when you become a member of law enforcement, Florida Highway Patrol, you get designated a badge number for identification purposes?
Yes.
And that was your identification purpose?
Yes.
And so on June 4th, which I believe is what let's go ahead and take a look at the citation. On June 4th, 2014 at 9:12 a.m., that's what it says right there. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
You pulled over a 2011 Hyundai four-door multicolor. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And if you want me to zoom this out a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. Is that better for you, sir?
Yes.
And who did you indicate was the driver of this vehicle?
Luis Emmanuel Rivera.
And you obtained that information because when you pulled the vehicle over, there was somebody in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct.
And you go over to them, you go, can I get your license and registration, things to that effect?
That's right.
Okay. And Mr. Rivera gave you, I assume, a driver's license?
Yes, I identified him by his license, whether it was he gave me the license or I ran it on the computer and got an ID back.
And that information is what's reflected in the name, street, city portion of the citation, correct?
Yes.
And that citation A26, V as in Victor, Q as in Keish, M as in Mary, E as in Edward.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it also says that Mr. Rivera's date of birth is April 25th, 1983. You didn't guess that, did you?
It came right off his license.
And the Hispanic, where it says race, you put an H. I assume that's Hispanic, sir?
Yes.
And he's a male, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume this is on his license, says 5'4", correct?
Yes.
You didn't take him out of the car and measure him, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Now, there's also some additional information with regards to the vehicle, like the license plate number of the vehicle that's on the citation. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And you visually made this observation, wrote down the license plate, and memorialized it in this citation, correct?
Yes.
Then the citation you gave him was going 90 miles an hour in a 70, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's a portion here which says companion citations. Is that something that you, at that time, make a determination as to what you're going to write there, correct?
Companion citation would be an additional.
Right. And was there one there?
There was not.
Was he driving? Was that a motorcycle?
No.
Were there passengers in the vehicle?
Don't recall.
Okay. Well, if there was a passenger, would you have marked it off under passengers?
Yes.
And was this a commercial vehicle?
It's a 4-door Hyundai. That's all I can remember.
Okay. So you issued this citation, correct?
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that law enforcement that do traffic stops, which is a lot of what Florida Highway Patrol officers do, it's not all you do, but it's a decent amount of the work that you do?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you guys are trained in making an observation for impairment?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what kind of training you have to determine impairment?
Several hours of DUI detection. We learned to observe the smells within the vehicle, the way they move, the way they talk, different things in that nature.
Now, I assume because there's no accompanying arrest for DUI or driving under the influence of alcohol and or drugs, that you didn't see anything that would concern you as to whether or not the driver had been consuming drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Rivera, it shows he's from Miami Beach, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you ran the license of the vehicle at all, did it show you that it was a rental car out of Miami?
If it was registered to a rental company, it would have showed that, yes.
And at any point, did you suspect Mr. Rivera to be under the influence of alcohol?
If there's not a attached incident report with it, then that.
One of the things that in your training as a Florida Highway Patrol officer, do they talk to you about levels of impairment?
Sure.
Okay. So you know the difference between someone having 1 drink or 12 drinks, right?
Absolutely.
Now, what about with other narcotics? Did they tell you about what the distinction is between one? I'm going to use a very common term here: bump of cocaine. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Key bump.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when someone puts a little bit of cocaine on a key and uses that as a vehicle to consume the cocaine. Correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much 5 grams of cocaine is?
I couldn't tell you
Well,
what it looked like.
So if I told you that someone had consumed 5 grams of cocaine in a 5-hour period, would you agree with me that there would be substantial telltale signs of that kind of impairment?
Should be, yes.
Okay. And you'll agree with me that if someone is doing cocaine inside of a car, that if they are doing it during that short period of time with that amount of consumption, that there would potentially be traces of cocaine all over their clothing or on the seat next to them, or maybe just all in places of plain view that you could see. Correct?
Could be, yes.
Do you see any of that in this case?
Evidently not. There was nothing else.
But if you did,
right,
you would have done something about it, right?
Sure.
And back then, you were just a trooper, right?
Right.
And now you're a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Which means you've been promoted from trooper. What's the next? Where do you go from trooper to corporal?
Corporal.
And then from corporal to sergeant, correct? And you don't get these kind of promotions if you're making these kind of rookie mistakes, right?
Sure.
Now, other than issuing the citation that day, how long would you say that you had, if you recall, the car pulled over?
Just an average traffic stop, I would say 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes. So not an exorbitant amount of period, right? Not like you stopped them. I mean, they had to stay there for an hour or two because drug dogs got called or anything like that. None of that stuff happened, right?
No.
Now, as a Florida Highway Patrol officer, there's something called the dash camera. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. A dash camera is something that's, can you tell the jury what the dash camera is?
It's a camera in the front windshield of the vehicle that it records everything that we do once our lights are activated.
And are you aware, or since it was your vehicle, if the state attorney's office or the FBI or any other arm of law enforcement wanted to get a copy of that, they wouldn't send you a subpoena to you, right? It would go to the records department?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with how the records department works?
Not exactly.
Right. So you couldn't testify as to what the parameters are with regards to retrieving information, correct? But you do know that in 2014, in June of 2014, there was a dash cam, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Magbanua?
No crossover.
Safe?
Sergeant Downing, what's the retention time on the dash camera footage?
Back
But
then,
I'm
it-
gonna object when I asked him if he knew the specifics, he said no.
You get redirect, overruled.
What's the retention time on a dash camera video?
I believe on a non-criminal case, it's 30 days.
And so if we didn't find out about this ticket or it didn't become of interest to us for a couple of years later, we wouldn't be able to get that.
Right.
On this ticket, let me ask you first, do you have any independent recollection of this particular traffic stop?
I do not.
Any independent memory of giving this citation?
I don't.
Any memory of the person you issued the citation to?
I don't, unless I, ran the license again, but there,
Okay, but as you sit here today, you can't picture this person.
I cannot.
All right. And you mentioned you typically get the driver's license from the driver when you're issuing a citation. If there are occupants in the vehicle, do you typically collect the driver's license from those folks as well?
Not always, no.
For a traffic ticket, you wouldn't normally, unless you had a reason to, try to identify occupants that are in the vehicle other than the driver, would you?
Correct.
Okay. And how many citations would you say you've written since June of 2014?
Thousands.
And your indication that there were no passengers in this particular vehicle, is that based on this box right here? Greater than or equal to 16 passengers or something else?
Basically it defaults to no unless we put a passenger number in there.
Okay, so let me show you what I'm going to mark for identification as states. $191 and $192. Come on, to look that over. Do you recognize states 191?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of a portion of the FHP policy manual?
Yes.
All right, and if you'll go to the tabbed portion there, and this is the same text that you'd see if you go to the FHP website.
Yes.
All right, this link here, the fhsmv.gov/courts UTC, would that be a hyperlink to go to States 192, the Uniform Traffic Citation Training Manual?
Yes.
All right, and if you'll look at this tab in the Uniform Traffic Citation Training Manual, it looks like that 121 is only to be checked if it's
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
looks like that box that you checked is only to be checked if it's a 16 passenger vehicle. Is that right?
Again, if you don't put a number, it's all electronic. So if you don't go in there and physically put a number on there, it's going to default and check the no. It's not something I go in there and check each box.
Okay, but wouldn't you only check yes if it was a 16 passenger vehicle?
Objection, Judge.
Your legal objection?
Yes, speculation.
Overruled.
Wouldn't you only check yes in the instance that this was a 16 passenger vehicle?
Yes,
All right, and a Hyundai Sonata is not a 16 passenger vehicle, is it?
it is not.
No further questions.
Be direct.
Yeah. Sergeant Dowling, I know what the prosecutor.
Wait, I'm sorry. We had 190 and 192. They were just marked
Just for identity.
proper. Okay. All right. Just
Sergeant Downing, you know what the prosecutor just showed you, saying that that only applies to if you have over 16 passengers and all, right?
Right.
That's not what you thought of when you wrote this ticket, right?
It was not.
What you thought of was that there's no passengers, and that's what I wrote, correct?
Again, unless I specifically went in there and put a number in, I can say for a fact that on many citations that, they may have passengers, but that'd be something that I would forget to go in there and plot or put a number on. It would always default to no. It's not something that it's not something we're required to do on a citation as far as before it lets us submit it.
Okay, so let's see. Do you recall taking a deposition in September of 2018, sir?
Sure.
You recall that Mr. DeCosta and myself were there, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to Sergeant, it's now Sergeant Downing's deposition. Pages 7. Lines 17 to 22. We asked you, and there might be a section on there that has passengers. I can't remember. I'm sorry, this is your answer. I'm sorry. Let me go to 15 to 22, Judge. So the note section would be what part? Would be the part where it says other violations or comments pertaining to offense, and you wrote, there might be a section on there that has passengers. I can't remember. These are old electronic ones. Question, can you take a look? And you took a look, and it says, yeah, it says no passengers. That's why I have marked. That's why I have that marked. You recall that, sir?
Yes.
No further questions.
no. Hey, Jared, I have a question of this one. All right. Not, you can step down.
Thanks, sir.
We need to keep him any further. Might need him further.
No, you're right.
All right, you're excused. Thanks for your here. Call your next witness.
Judge, the defense calls John Sawicki.
Okay.
I'll go grab him, Judge.
Some courthouses have a witness room where we can kind of intercom to the witnesses to come in. We don't have anything like that, so the lawyers just have to go grab the witnesses. The bailiffs have special, particular assignments. We don't send the bailiffs out to get witnesses. You face the clerk and do one, please.
Do you sign on the swear or affirm that the testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Could you please introduce yourselves to the members of the jury?
My name is John Sawicki, S-A-W-I-C-K-I,
And that's J-O-H-N or J-O-N?
J-O-H-N.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you're employed?
I'm a forensic computer scientist and an electronic evidence consultant.
What does that mean?
Essentially what that means is I dig through computers, cell phones, cell phone records, attempt to determine what the user's done with the device, document what I find, and prepare to testify about it later.
Do you spend any time conducting research with regards to cell tower analysis?
I do.
How long have you been employed in this manner?
I started my company in 2011. I left my law practice to do this full time in 2013.
So before you became an expert in this field, or someone that testifies with regards to this field, you were an attorney?
I was, yes.
And how long were you an attorney?
I spent about 7 or 8 years practicing mostly labor and employment litigation.
Not criminal defense?
Not criminal defense, except for maybe a rare case.
Are you admitted to practice law in the state of Florida?
I am.
Do you have any other special licenses?
I have a private detective's license in Georgia.
And before that?
I spent 9 years with the Douglas County, Oregon Sheriff's Office.
So law enforcement, private investigator, attorney, and now you testify with regards to this specialty.
Yes, sir.
What kind of education do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
I have an undergraduate degree from George Fox University in Management and Human Resources. I have a law degree from Florida State University. I have a graduate certificate in computer forensics from the University of Central Florida. I have a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida.
In addition to those degrees, do you have any specialized training in the field that you work in?
Yeah, I have somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 to 700 hours of specialized training in computer and forensics applications, interpreting cell tower records, how cell phone networks operate.
Do you have any training specifically in the area of cell tower analysis?
I do.
Can you tell the members of the jury what this training is?
Yeah, I've had training from a company called Access Data in how call detail records work, how to interpret them. Training from a company called Terracom Training Institute, again, in how cell tower networks function and operate. Took a course from a company called PA Tech in how to map cell calls, cell tower activity. I've done graduate level coursework in the area of radio frequency engineering through the University of California, San Diego's extension program.
About how many cases have you been in involving cell tower analysis?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 or 700.
And have they all been criminal cases?
No, they have not. We've started using cell tower analysis in civil cases as well.
Have you ever given expert testimony in this area?
I have, probably 50 or 60 times.
And does that mean that you've testified 50 or 60 times?
Somewhere in that range. I don't have a complete log, but it's in that neighborhood.
And these testimonies are in state or federal court as well?
State and federal court in states across the country.
How many of the Florida judicial circuits have you given expert testimony in?
At this point, I believe 15.
And how many are there in total?
There are 20.
So 15 out of 20?
Yes, sir.
And what circuit are we in here?
This would be the second judicial circuit.
And how many times have you testified at the second judicial circuit?
A handful.
How many cases on your caseload are criminal versus civil in percentage wise?
It fluctuates depending on the particular time, but at this point, probably 60 or 70% are criminal.
Have you presented any training courses in this area of expertise that you have?
I have. I routinely provide continuing legal education training to judges and lawyers throughout Florida and Georgia in how cell tower networks operate, how electronic devices store data, and how to extract that data.
Your Honor, at this time, I will tender Mr. Swigley as an expert witness.
Any more to add?
No, Judge.
All right, may proceed.
Okay, so you're familiar with this case, correct?
I am.
And my firm has retained you with regards to your expertise in this field, correct?
Yes, sir.
And my firm represents Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've gotten all the calls and the iCloud stuff and all the other data that the jury's seen today, correct?
I don't know what the jury has seen today, but I've certainly had the opportunity to review a vast amount of data.
And it's a lot of stuff, right?
There's a lot of material.
Okay. So you're aware that there's a defendant in this case named Luis Rivera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that there is, I don't know if I call him a target or the person of interest, but you're aware who, you know who Charlie Adelson is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what kind of phone Luis Rivera had?
I understand he had an iPhone.
And when I'm talking about what kind of phone he had, I mean during the relevant portion of this case from June 2014 till, let's say, July 2014.
Yes, sir.
So Luis Rivera had an iPhone. That was your testimony?
As I understand it.
And what about Charlie Adelson? You know what kind of phone he had?
I understand he had an iPhone as well.
And how would you know this? How do you get this information?
From the records that I've reviewed.
Okay. And from the records you reviewed, can you tell the members of the jury, like, you got an AT, like they both had an AT&T, correct? Or at least I know Luis Rivera had AT&T, correct?
I believe they both had AT&T, yes.
And on when you get certain information from subpoenas from AT&T, do they provide this information to you? What kind of phone was used?
They do. There's a series of records that you get in response to subpoenas or search warrants that the government did in this case. You get subscriber records, which would indicate who an account holder would be when the account was established, potentially the address for the individual. You also get call detail reports that list different activities on the phone. In the case of AT&T, it could be phone calls, SMS and MMS text messages, and data records as well.
So, with regards to iPhones, do iPhones have the ability to make a call or to send a message that would not show up on a call detail report?
They do.
Okay. Explain to the members of the jury how something like this would happen.
So the call detail record essentially shows the transaction I was just talking about, the phone calls and the text messages. It also shows the data, but that's like one big bucket, so you don't get to see every individual piece that's within it. But the phone is able to use a variety of different messaging platforms, calling platforms that'll never actually show on a call detail report as a phone call or as a text message.
Now, have you reviewed the iCloud extraction for Charlie Adelson in this case?
I have.
And when did you do that?
Most recently over the weekend.
This last week?
Yes, sir.
And did you find any evidence of deleted material in Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I did.
What does that mean?
So there's really two different components to deleted material. The first piece, let me take a step back. The iCloud shows material from the phone that's been backed up to the cloud, somebody else's server across the internet. And so in this case, it happens to be Apple's server, and Apple stores those backups. That's kind of like taking a snapshot of the phone throughout time. In this particular iCloud backup, we can actually see that there is deleted material that's been marked as deleted, both in the areas of phone calls and text messages.
Are you able to show other deletions that aren't detailed in the iCloud data?
We can. One of the ways that we can do that is we can look to areas where we know how many particular events occurred and see if that matches with the number of events that are shown within the iCloud report. So for example,
could you give us a specific example?
Sure. For example, within the iCloud report, we see SMS messages and MMS messages. We also see those within the call detail report.
And so, are we talking about anyone in particular in this case? This is still Charlie Adelson's, correct?
Well, we're speaking in general about AT&T and iClouds, but specifically for Mr. Adelson, we can see that as well.
Was there a specific example on Mr. Adelson's iCloud account that you could tell the members of this jury which highlighted these deletions?
Yeah, we were able to compare SMS and MMS messages for particular periods of time. And I think there were two different sets of call detail reports that I looked at to compare the call detail report to the iCloud information, see what was actually there. And what we saw was a significant number of messages that appeared within the call detail report that didn't show up within the iCloud information.
So that means that there is a record of an actual event taking place, right?
Yes, sir.
And so iCloud is like, and you described this to me the other day, so I want you to describe it to the members of the jury, because I didn't understand how iCloud works. Can you tell the members of the jury how iCloud keeps track of your data?
So the iCloud data is essentially your phone automatically backing itself up to a computer remotely. And it does this, how it's set up, at regular intervals or when you force it to do so. And so you effectively get a number of different snapshots of what it looks like across time.
So let me ask you a question. So if an iPhone, let's say Charlie Adelson's iPhone backs up at 9 o'clock, okay? And well, let's say from 1 o'clock to 9 o'clock is when they do its data retrieval. And someone sends a message at 4 o'clock and then deletes it. Would it be part of the call detail report?
It should be part of the call detail report if it's sent as a text message.
Would it be in the iCloud?
Not necessarily. It could show in a couple of different ways. It could show, well, actually, I take that back. It only show in one way. It could show as deleted. If it's still sitting within the database within the phone for text messages at the time that it backs up, it could still show as a deleted text message. Or if it's been overwritten from that point, it won't show up at all.
Well, what about, let me give you, I know that we talked about this. Let's tell the members of the jury what you found out when you ran an analysis between May 1st of 2014 and June 20th of 2014 for Charlie Adelson. Do you remember how many messages were on his phone using SMS and MMS?
If I could look at my notes.
Of course you can. Let me take a look, refresh the recollection, and let's adequately refresh it.
For the call detail report from May 1st to June 20th, there were 3,084 SMS and MMS messages. Within the iCloud, there were 1,241.
So I'm terrible with math, so let me go to my calculator here. So there were 3,084 messages and 1,084 of them appeared. That means there were 1,800 messages that were sent that don't appear in the iCloud documentation. Correct?
That's correct.
That's more than half.
It appears that way.
Now, did you review any other time period? I mean, obviously, between May 1st and June 20th is kind of the beginning phases of this conspiracy, coming up to a relevant portion of this conspiracy. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you review any other time periods to see if this was a consistent thing that Mr. Adelson did?
I reviewed a second set of call detail reports from Mr. Adelson from June 18th of 14 through July 18th of 14.
And during your review, how many messages were sent via SMS and MMS?
The call detail reports shows 1,587 messages sent.
From Charlie Adelson?
Yes, sir. Well, sent or received.
Okay, sent or received. How many of those appeared in the Celebrite extraction?
789.
So 1,587 minus 789. 1,587 minus, all right, minus 789. So that means that 798 of those messages are gone, almost half.
It's a significant number.
And is there any way to account for what those messages said or who they were sent to?
There's not.
Can you explain this difference?
All I can say is it's not in the iCloud backup when that was created. So it could have been deleted. There could have been some other reason it didn't back up to the cloud, but all we know is it wasn't captured.
Have you seen the iCloud data for Louis Rivera?
I have not.
You have not?
No, sir.
What about Katherine Magbanua?
I've seen minimal iCloud data for Ms. Magbanua.
Have you reviewed Katherine Magbanua's cell tower usage for the morning of July 19th, 2014?
I have.
Did your review of Mr. Adelson's iCloud, during your review, of Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, did you find evidence of other communication platforms?
I did.
Was there evidence that he had a messaging app called WhatsApp?
There was.
What about Threema?
There was.
And FaceTime?
Yes, sir.
So is it possible that Charlie Adelson communicated directly with Louis Rivera?
I can't exclude that possibility.
And that's based on the fact that he had these other messaging apps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed Ms. Magbanua's phone records?
I have.
And were you able to identify the towers her phone used at the time the government said that suggested that she was in Jessica Rodriguez's apartment on, I believe, July 19th, 2014?
I was.
Where are those towers located?
The towers that I understand the government believes, well, the call detail reports indicates she was using between 10:02 and 10:32 on the morning of the 19th. The tower is located about 2/3 of a mile southeast of Miss Rodriguez's home, right on Biscayne Boulevard.
And is that tower located in between Charlie Adelson's address in Broward and Miss Magbanua's residence in Miami Beach?
I believe it is, yes.
And have you ever been to Miami?
I have.
And would you disagree that Biscayne Boulevard is one of the most common travel routes in South Florida for Miami?
I can't speak to most common, but it is a heavily traveled street.
Now, let me ask you a question. How, with regards to the antennas on that tower, how has Sprint identified the antennas on that tower?
There's actually two sets of antennas on the tower.
And I'm sorry, let me ask you that. I forgot to ask you. Miss Magbanua's phone is with the Sprint network, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so how has Sprint identified the antennas on that tower?
There are actually two sets of antennas on the tower, which basically overlap one another. They've numbered the two sets as 7740 and 6740.
Okay. How are these antennas laid out?
So it's not unlike a typical cell structure in that we do have three antennas. Now, while many cell structures are laid out with each of those focused at 120-degree angles from one another, so that you would have one at 0 degrees, one at 120 degrees, one at 240 degrees, these are shifted slightly.
And do you know what they are?
If I could refer to my notes.
Yeah, please. So normally it's 0, 120, and 240, correct?
Correct. In this case, it's 10 degrees, 200 degrees, and 260 degrees. So they've shifted them slightly.
Do you know why the antennas aren't at the optimal 120-degree angle?
Well, in this case, you have a highly traveled street which runs right next to the antenna, so it would make sense if they were shifted to increase the capacity. Antenna 1, which would be to the north, is pointed slightly to the northeast, so it essentially points right down Biscayne Boulevard. The other two antennas, which are pointing to the southeast and the southwest, frankly, they're both pointing to the southwest slightly, have been shifted so they would shoot down the south of Biscayne Boulevard. Essentially what it does is it creates additional coverage in the area.
And this is the area between Miss Magbanua's residence and Charlie Adelson's residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you able to determine the frequency of how often Miss Magbanua's phone used that tower between May of 2014 and September of 2015?
Yeah, approximately 1,100 times that her phone used that cell tower.
So do you have a percentage of the amount of time that her phone was being used?
Yeah, it's about 11.5% of the overall antenna usage that they were able to track. And what I mean by that is there's numbers of calls which Sprint hasn't recorded the antenna that's actually being used for. So for those that they're actually able to establish a tower, about 11.5%. It was actually the third most used tower.
So about a little over 10% of her time is between those areas, correct? It marks off with that cell tower.
Correct.
Give me 1 second, Jeff. I have no further questions, Mr. Sawicki. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name again?
John Sawicki.
Have we ever met before?
I can't tell you for sure.
You're not our expert on this case, right?
No, sir.
You're tied over to Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Quick question, quick topic. What is kicking for a tower?
Kicking. I'm not familiar with that as a technical term. If you're referring to the process of a phone call using a tower other than the immediate tower next to it, I suppose that could be what you're referring to.
It is, yes, and sorry for using the crude language. Basically, if you could explain to this jury how somebody could be in the vicinity of a tower, be close to a tower and within one sector, but not communicating with that sector of that tower, but instead communicating with another tower or a further away tower.
Your question kind of anticipates that you would only connect to one tower from a particular location. It's certainly not the case. You could connect to a number of towers from any particular location, depending on where you happen to be in the circumstances at a particular time. The cell phone is going to connect to the tower with the strongest, cleanest signal. That could be the closest tower. It could not be the closest tower. It just depends on all the specifics of the network, of the geography, of the area at that particular point in time.
If there were a lot of traffic, and we're not talking about cell phone traffic, we're talking about vehicles, a lot of traffic on somewhere like Biscayne, rush hour, people on the phone, and there's a lot of traffic on one sector of one tower, could that cause somebody to not communicate with that sector and instead communicate with another tower?
Your question presupposes you would have automatically connected to that tower in the first place. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case. If you were suggesting that you've got two towers in one location, and because of network traffic at that point in time, you're unable to connect to cell tower A, and instead you connect to cell tower B, that's certainly possible. But regardless of that, you certainly have to be within the range of cell tower B.
And last question, that range. I know it's dependent on specific towers. You could be miles away from a tower and still communicating with that tower, right?
Depending on the tower, yes.
And this is not just 1 or 2 miles. This can go up to 10 or more miles. Is that correct?
Depending on where you're at, absolutely.
One brief second, John. No further questions. Thank you. Mr. Swift.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Somebody needs a break. All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Either side, anything? 10 minutes?
Yeah, we go back into the floor tomorrow.
That's right. Whatever it takes.
Here it is.
As long. Yeah, sure.
It's lonely up there, doesn't it?
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's good to know you've been here before me, though. Warm to see, though.
Yeah, right. Good. Tuesday, not yet. Wednesday, Thursday, early.
It's at 5. Let's get this done.
Are you ready?
Still here. Who's first up? Ready?
Buddy, have a seat, please. Sir?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start by asking you about the iCloud extraction that you looked at in comparison to the call detail records to determine that there were some messages from the call detail records that did not appear in the iCloud, consistent with having been deleted. Okay?
Consistent with not being there.
Not being there. When you were using the call detail records to come up with your 3,084 text messages, SMS or MMS messages, Were you just looking at the total numbers of text messages or the actual content to confirm that they were in fact text messages?
Frankly, it's the overall number. Yes.
Okay, so that's would you agree that sometimes when a cell phone is powered up, it receives you a notification that appears as a text message to alert you that you have a voicemail, for example?
You could do that occasionally. Yes.
And that could appear to be a text message, although it's not.
It could.
So those were not excluded from that overall 3,084 number.
That's true.
Did you also look for that same time period Mr. Zanganeh asked you about at Katherine Magbanua's call detail records compared to her iCloud messages?
The copy of the iCloud messages I had for her didn't have content to them, so I wasn't able to compare them.
Did you compare the numbers?
No, I wasn't able to see the messages that were sent and received.
So despite the fact that some of those text messages did not appear on the iCloud, there was still evidence in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua were communicating.
That's correct.
And numerous of those messages were deleted.
That's true.
With respect to communications between Charlie Adelson or Luis Rivera, you found no evidence that Charlie Adelson communicated with Luis Rivera, did you?
That's true.
How many cell towers are there, cell sites are there between Charlie Adelson's residence in South Florida and Katherine Magbanua's?
I didn't count the number of towers, but it's a fair distance, so there's going to be a large number of towers.
Would you agree that the towers are closer together in a highly populated area such as the one relevant to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. They're not miles and miles apart, these towers, are they?
That's correct.
Specifically, with respect to the time period on the morning of July 19th, 2014, between I believe it was 10:02 and 10:32 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
We were talking about a cell site or tower that Katherine Magbanua's phone was communicating with. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that the cell site Katherine Magbanua was communicating with during that time frame on July 19th, 2014 could be consistent with Jessica Rodriguez's house?
There's certainly intention.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, let me ask that again. Do you agree that the cell site Katherine Magbanua's phone is communicating with the morning of July 19th during that 10 to 10:30 time frame could be consistent with Jessica Rodriguez's house?
There's certainly activity during that time period that could be, yes.
Consistent with the house?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that 11% of the activity for that particular antenna. Did you remember that 11%?
I do.
Would that be consistent with Katherine Magbanua being at Jessica Rodriguez's house as a dinner friend?
It could be.
One moment, Judge.
If I clarify a point on that, when you say it, I think you said 11.5%, are you talking about in usage time or in number of incidents?
Your Honor, that's the number of instances.
Okay.
I have no further questions, Judge.
No.
Thank you.
Garcia.
You heard Ms. Norris ask you if there's any evidence of any activity between Charlie Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said no, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the evidence that you have is the iPhone, the one iPhone that's related to Luis Rivera, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How many phones did you make that determination of that belong to Luis Rivera?
None.
Were you aware if Luis Rivera had multiple throw phones?
I understand there's a number of devices that have been connected to him.
Do you have those phone numbers?
I don't have them now, no.
So when Ms. Norris, when the prosecutor asked you if there's any correlation between Charlie Adelson and Luis Rivera, you don't have all of Luis Rivera's contacts, correct?
Correct.
And if Charlie Adelson had been making FaceTime calls, would there be a record of that in the iCloud?
There could be.
Could there potentially not be a record of it if you deleted it right after you did it?
Correct.
As someone that testifies with regards to cell usage and telephones in general, are you aware that people that are involved in nefarious activities like drug dealers or gang members often use disposable phones?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I am familiar with that, yes.
And is that true?
It is.
No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, if not, you may step down. Do we need to keep him further? Anybody need any further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Yeah, if I could just get a few minutes, so, you know, all other witnesses, and then we can make a determination.
But we just got here, 5 minutes.
I understand that, but Mr. Garcia is here.
All right, we'll give you 10 minutes.
Here's the paper on that line, it's Mr. Garcia.
You need to discuss that with the bailiff. And, we need to have, I need to make one time in the jury. So. I do just want to put the attorneys on alert that if a defendant decides not to testify, I am going to colloquy the defendant to make sure they understand that that's their decision and they have a right to testify if they so choose. So just wanted to give you a heads up. So if you're having that discussion, we'll take 10 minutes.
I don't close. Give cigarettes in there. I'm not sending the photos in for. Just sending them.
Your facial expressions are not my fault.
That's my good side.
Well, considering I'm on it right.
I can confirm we don't have any negative fitness.
You see, how we proceeding, Mr. Stankin?
Judge, we're gonna be arrested.
Okay, so Mr. Garcia does not choose to testify.
Correct, Judge. We had a final conversation with Mr. Garcia in the cell behind the courtroom, and we confirmed what our position had been throughout the pendency of the case.
All right, let's place him under oath, Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sorry.
State your name, please, sir.
Sigfredo Garcia.
And Mr. Garcia, are you currently under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication? I'm not picking on you. I do this in all cases where a defendant chooses not to testify. You have a good lawyer and you should consider his advice, but ultimately he's not the one on trial. Ultimately, you're the one on trial, and only you can decide whether you should testify or not. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
I hear lots of claims after the fact that defendants come back and they say, my lawyer told me I could not testify, or somebody pressured me into not testifying. There are many things that are up to a lawyer to decide that are strategic decisions during the course of the trial. But one of the things the courts have left to a defendant to decide is whether to testify or not. That's strictly your decision. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
Has anybody told you anything different?
No, sir.
Has anybody tried to pressure you into not testifying?
No.
Do you have any questions about your right to testify?
No idea.
You have a right not to testify, and if you should so decide, I will tell the jury that they should not hold that against you. You also have a right to testify. If you do testify, I'll tell the jury that they should consider your testimony just like any other witness. Do you understand those two things?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any question about that?
No, sir.
Do you wish to testify?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. So, you ready with your first witness?
If I could step outside.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. All right. So I'll say, call your next witness and you can rest. Let's have a jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody be seated. Ms. Sanganet, you may call your next witness. Magbanua, they call their first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, let's step outside.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls investigator Dillmore, who's just gathering up his gear. He's got his laptop on.
I believe you testified before, did you?
Yes,
not?
sir, I did.
All right, you remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Sir. It's up here.
Investigator, good afternoon.
Somebody else is,
Not on.
I guess this was Mr. Sawicki. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Dillmore,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
Good, thank you.
Again, you work for the Technical Operations
Just for
Unit.
the record, state your name again, please, sir.
Investigator Mike Dilmore, Dilmore.
Now, you testified earlier in this trial, but you were in uniform, right?
Correct.
You had a camera up on your
Yes,
right
sir.
shoulder.
Yeah, I came straight from the office that day.
When we called you before, you were talking about the Apple iCloud, and you had explained how the information could show up on my phone, and you explained Celebrate and all of that.
Yes, sir.
All right. With your work on this case, correct me if I'm wrong, that in May of 2016, you received 2 LG phones.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Technical Operations Unit, specifically yourself, worked on an extraction report for both of those phones, right?
Yes, sir.
One of the phones, the device name was an Optimus 560.
Yes, sir.
Now, your understanding is that those phones were the result of the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Prior to your testimony today, I'd given you a CD and some information of stuff to review before today. Have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes, sir.
In your examination of the extraction report, did you find that there were communications with phone number 305-563-3341?
Objection, relevance.
Let's go side.
Again, investigator. So, with your evaluation of the phone that came from Sigfredo Garcia, did you find that there were communications with the phone number 305-563-3341?
Yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, those communications were around the time of May of 2016.
Yes, sir.
And the name that they were saved under was T asterisk.
Yes,
T
sir.
what?
T and then the little star symbol.
I believe it was just T. I think the asterisk, if you look at the other ones in there, is all of the ones that were pulled from the contact list.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there's 8 communications.
Yes, the ones that I've looked through, yes, sir.
These communications begin and end in the month of May of 2016.
Give me 1 second. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, they do.
Make sure you keep your voice up.
Sorry.
That microphone,
Yes, sir.
a little quiet.
Let's change gears. In your evaluation of the extraction report for Sigfredo Garcia's phone, did you find saved within the context the phone number 954-581-1747?
Yes, sir.
Let's change gears a little bit again. You already testified how you reviewed the Celebrate information for Charles Adelson.
Yes, sir.
Did you find that same phone number saved in his iCloud information?
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the phone number for Sigfredo Garcia's phone, it's saved as Sully, MECH.
Correct.
And in Charles Adelson's phone, it's saved as Eco-Friendly Shot.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this is a contact in common between the two of them.
It does appear that way, yes, sir.
If I can have a brief moment, Your Honor.
You may.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Investigative Bill, a few more questions. Going back to the extraction report for Sigfredo Garcia, do you have a phone number associated with that phone?
Give me one
There were
moment.
two phones, if I understood right.
That's correct, Your Honor. Let me give the specific phone. You had a flip phone and you had a smartphone, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the Optimus 560,
Right.
whatever that is.
Looks like 786-357-3966.
Are you sure?
I'm looking at the right one. That's what it looks like, sir.
Okay. Within the extraction report, specifically the messages for T, did you find that the person sending the message was identifying themselves as Tato?
You know, let's look them up.
I'd refer your attention to message 417.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
If I could turn your attention now
What
to
you're reading, it spelled what you're reading, please.
The name is, it says it's me, Tato, Tato,
what's the date on that message?
May 11th of 2016.
Is it your understanding, if you know, that during that time frame, Luis Rivera was actually in federal prison?
I don't know.
If I could turn your attention to message 307. Does the name Luis Rivera appear in that message?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what's the date of that message?
May 14th, 2016.
You being in the technical operations unit, you have Sigfredo Garcia's phone. Does it appear that there's communication with Luis Rivera in May of 2016?
I don't know Luis Rivera's phone number.
Based on the content of the message.
Judge, I'm going to object to this as speculation.
Sustained.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Garcia? Any cross? All right, stay.
No questions, Judge.
All right, any juror question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep Investigator Gilmore any further?
Yes.
All right, if you want him retained under subpoena, so, right, you remain under the rule. Your next witness. You'll need to retrieve whoever you want next. Mr. Cost.
Sir?
You'll need to retrieve whoever you want next. Okay.
Investigator Corbett.
Someone would. We don't have anyone to go get them.
Your Honor, if I can step out of court for 1 second.
Okay. Seems like we've seen it before.
You have.
State your name for the record, please.
Certainly, it's Christopher Corbett, and again, that's Corbitt.
You remain under oath.
Yes, sir.
May proceed.
Sergeant Corbett, how are you?
Wonderful.
I want to take your attention back to your direct examination, where the government was asking you about the day prior to the homicide.
Yes, sir.
And you had your slides up, and the question of whether Wendy Adelson was in the vicinity of the Markel house, your answer was, it's possible.
Yes,
You had no slide for that one.
that's correct.
For it to have been possible, she would have been hitting on a tower that was not the one closest to her, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're asking there specifically.
Let me give you some context. We talked about it on cross-examination. You know that Luis Rivera has testified saying that the day prior to the homicide, in between 9 and 12, that he sees Wendy Adelson at Dan Markel's house. You remember that?
Yes,
And you were asked questions by the prosecution whether it was possible if she was at the house that morning, July 17th in the morning.
if I recall, the question was, is it possible that they could have seen one another? I don't recall the specific time frame being added to that.
So you had no slide showing that she was hitting on a tower in between 9 and 12 in the morning on July 17th, right?
That's correct.
Because she wasn't hitting on a tower immediately close to the house at Trescott during that morning.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the defense and the prosecution have a stipulation that I'd like to read into the record.
This is writing, both sides. All parties agree.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia aware of this? Have any issue?
I've been put on notice, I haven't seen it specifically.
All right, well,
Yeah, this is fine.
all right. Look, I think I need to explain to the jury what a stipulation involves, so give me just a second. As I've told you a couple of times, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you should not consider it as such. However, as in all legal matters, we have to have exceptions. An exception to that is a stipulation. We encourage the attorneys to stipulate matters, saves our time, your time, my time. So what we call a stipulation is when the attorneys and the parties agree that certain facts are true. That's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, there are stipulated facts that I guess Mr. DeCoste is going to read to you. Generally, I read them to a jury, but if
If
you
Your Honor wants to.
desire to read them, that'd be fine, right? The stipulation of facts is that the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool, which is located in Tallahassee, Florida. Their drop-off pickup schedule for the days leading up to the homicide are as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2014, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendy Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendy Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel. Have I accurately presented the stipulation to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
The parties in agreement?
Yes, sir.
If you want your sheet back.
Sure. Thank you. Change gears. Your direct examination and some of the redirect examination by Ms. Norris, you talked about how the Prius in question was parked at a property adjacent to Katherine Magbanua's. You remember that?
Yes.
You remember the slide where Katherine Magbanua's apartment building parking lot is in the lower right, and then it was parked in a parking lot that was across the street up to the left.
Yes.
Where does Anthony Ortiz live?
I do not know.
Do you know whether that parking lot corresponded to Anthony Ortiz's apartment?
I do not.
Next topic. On redirect examination, Ms. Norris talked to you about the path of travel the morning of July 19th of Katherine Magbanua's handset. You remember that?
I do, yes.
And it was on redirect where she asked you to punch in. You don't have your stuff on with you today, right?
I do not.
Where you had at the top of the screen Charles Adelson's address.
Yes.
And you were asked questions of whether it would be consistent because Indra Velasquez's property was south into the east.
That's correct.
You weren't asked the question to input the address of Francis Magbanua, my client's brother, were you?
I was not.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the address for Francis Magbanua is very close to Charles Adelson's address.
I would not say very close to Mr. Adelson's address. It's actually very close to the Adelson Institute, which is north of Mr. Adelson's address.
The path of travel that morning, correct me if I'm wrong, would also be consistent with Miss Magbanua driving south from her brother's residence and picking up her children from Yindra Velasquez's house.
It could be, yes.
With your training and experience on everything data related, you can't say one way or the other. Can you?
I don't think it's a complete question.
I'll rephrase
One
it.
way or the other, what?
Can you say that one's more likely to have happened than the other?
Again, I don't know what the two things are we're weighing out, Mr. DeCosmo.
Perfect. Scenario one, leaving Charles Adelson's address, driving to Jessica Rodriguez / Luis Rivera's house. Or the other scenario, driving from her brother's house, picking up her kids at Yindra Velasquez's home.
So the difference between the two, we look at one, the locations. The cell site for the 1031 event that ended at 1032 would certainly not be consistent with Indra's address. That was definitely further north, and the cell site or the sector that that handset was communicating with would certainly not be consistent with her residence. In addition, we looked at the communications, who she was actually calling or talking to or attempting to talk to, and that was not Miss Indra.
Now, when you're using these pings, those are only momentary, correct? It's not something that you're saying that constantly between the beginning time of early at 10 o'clock up until a little bit after 10:30. You're not saying that it's constantly communicating with the tower during that entire time. There's just intermittent communications during that time frame.
That is correct. And we went through each of those individual communications, and I don't recall the exact times of them. There were some around 10:04, 10:06 in the 10:20 timeframe. But for each of those events, there was a beginning and ending cell site. So we had a location for the beginning of that event. And then however long that event was, if it was 1 minute or 2 minutes, at the end of that, we would have another location, that ending cell site. So it's only when we have those events, those beginning and ending events, that we would have a location to speak of.
One brief moment. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Garcia? Stay.
Different. I only want to ask you about the location of the rental vehicles involved in this case based on the GPS pings, if you will, or GPS data.
I would be on the scope of direct, Your Honor. I didn't ask anything about rental vehicles.
That's not my understanding. I'll overrule that objection.
You were asked about the Prius being parked next to Katherine Magbanua's house, weren't you?
I was, yes.
Wasn't that actually the original rental car from the June trip that was parked at Katherine Magbanua's residence when they returned to Miami from Tallahassee?
Well, I think both vehicles were there at some point, and again, not having the date in front of me, but there was one where the rental vehicle was actually in the parking lot of the actual apartment building, and then one when it was across the street. And that may have been the June event.
Okay. And then for the location of the Prius in the July, now talking about the July trip, the location for the Prius after the homicide in July was consistent with Shrimp or Stephanie Carmona's residence.
It was after the trip back. It was, yes.
Okay, so back in June, when we have not the Prius, but the Hyundai Sonata, that GPS ping near Katherine Magbanua's house. You also have phone records showing events for Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, enjoy your effort. All right, you can step down. Maybe we'll see you again. All right, next witness.
Call Jason Newland.
I believe a message has been sent to Jason Newman that he's needed in the courtroom.
Please. You would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Have a seat. Slide us in, please.
If you would please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jason Newlin, Jasonnewlin. I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
Now, throughout this trial, you've been in the courtroom during testimony, right?
I've been in and out, yes.
Now, the reason for that is because you work very closely with these prosecutors, right?
That's correct.
You're actually integral in the part of organizing the evidence, the discovery, right?
To say the least.
Let's talk about that. On any case, including this one, as the prosecution progresses, you receive from law enforcement reports, evidence, and that's organized by the State Attorney's Office, right?
We receive it and we turn it over. We organize it at some point.
Well, talking about your role, you help out in the organization, in the review of the information as it comes in, correct?
I try to the best I can, yes.
And that includes evidence, police reports, right?
Yes.
And then that's provided over to defense attorneys like myself during a case.
That's correct.
That's normal in all cases, right?
For the most part, yes.
And actually, once you're under an obligation that once you receive the information, the reports, to give it over timely to the defense, right? This is not
necessarily
an
my
accusation.
job. No, I give it to the prosecutors and they turn it over, yeah.
You would agree with me that there's been times in this case that you've provided over to myself pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Switch to another topic. Talk about the media on this case.
Okay.
You yourself, you appeared on Dateline, right?
I did.
Miss Kappelman, I believe, appeared on 2020.
She did.
In those media appearances, the theory of the case was laid out, right?
Part of it, yes.
Now, your Dateline interview, that was after Miss Magbanua was arrested, right? If you remember.
Honestly, don't recall.
You would agree with me, though, that well prior to Miss Magbanua's arrest, there was a lot of publicity on this case.
Prior to Ms. Magbanua's arrest, there's
Correct.
been a lot of publicity, yes.
So, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested in May of 2016.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot of media at that point.
In May of 16, yeah, the case had garnered some media attention, yes.
And that media put out there the theory of the government, the people that they believed were behind it, the people that they believed were involved, right?
Well, a lot of our theory is in a probable cause, and once an arrest is effected, the probable cause is released, and your theory is out.
Now, in this case, the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Katherine Magbanua was actually leaked months before, right?
That I'm not aware of.
You would agree with me, though, that prior to October of 2016, or better yet, prior to September of 2016, the government's theory of prosecution was out there, who they believed was involved.
Honestly, there's been, 3 probable causes? If it's 10 pages, 9 pages are exactly the same. So there's very little change.
I want to make sure that you and I are on the same topic. Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested. In the months after that, June, July, and August, there's attention on the case, right?
There's some, yes.
There's reports coming in, that's going over to the defense attorneys for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
There's news reports on the case, the theory behind it, right?
Yes.
Now, you've been over to the Leon County Jail many times, right?
I have.
And at the beginning of his prosecution, Luis Rivera spent some time there.
He did.
They have television over there, don't they?
They do in Leon County, yes.
They also have phones.
They do, but the pod in which Mr. Rivera was housed in did not have TV.
We're talking about phones now, though.
Phones he did have.
So he'd be able to communicate with the outside world.
Yes.
Now, back over to the topic of television. Even within the jail, there's ways for inmates to communicate, right?
Yes.
I mean, they go to the extent of sometimes talking through the toilets, right?
I've heard of that, but I've never witnessed that.
They find ways to communicate,
They
right?
do.
Once in federal custody, Luis Rivera also has the ability to be able to email, right?
They can email in federal custody, yes.
I'm sorry. Is there a problem? Okay. We're good? Okay.
Now, the means of communication, I mean, it goes to the extent that now they have a tablet that they can video chat with loved ones, right?
Those have been taken away, but they did briefly.
Let's go back to May of 2016. Luis Rivera is arrested. Chuck Collins is appointed as his attorney, right?
So Rivera was actually, I believe Rivera didn't get transported to Tallahassee until June of 16. But yes, Chuck Collins was appointed as attorney.
All right. The theory again is out there. Luis Rivera cooperates, right?
Eventually, yes.
Katherine Magbanua is then immediately arrested the following day.
Yes.
Now, the goal of your office was to get Katherine to cooperate against Charles Adelson, right?
The goal is to get Katherine to tell us her involvement.
I'm sorry.
To tell us what her involvement is.
To cooperate, correct?
If you want to call it cooperation, if Miss Magbanua would, I don't know how to put it.
If she were to tell you that she wasn't involved, you wouldn't drop charges, would you?
If there was documentation or proof of that, I don't have the decision to make that. That's not my authority.
In fact, she sat down with you and discussed the case with you, didn't she?
She.
Let's go sidebar, please.
Investigator, around the month of August of 2016, you were present in Jefferson County with Ms. Kappelman and others, while Mr. Rivera and his attorney, I believe David Collins, were in another room and notes were being passed back and forth, right?
Yes.
Now, the purpose of that meeting was that he wanted to make a deal to cooperate for you, right? For you and your office.
The purpose for us was to see what information Mr. Rivera had to offer.
And if he had something to offer, a deal would be struck, right?
That would be between the prosecutors and defense attorneys.
You weren't in the room with Luis Rivera, were you?
No.
But you were taking in the info, right?
Yes.
It wasn't recorded.
No.
But again, you're taking down details.
Not writing details down, just sitting there listening to what he has to offer.
All right. But you're mentally taking them in, right?
Yes.
Specifically about a gun, right?
Yeah, there was an incident with a gun.
Now, with the information that he gives on that day in August of 2016,
right?
You have enough of a mental picture that on August 15th, you go out to a place and you're looking for a body of water, a bridge near Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and Interstate 75 corridor, right?
It was specifically 2 bridges and a body of water, and between I-10 and I-75 somewhere.
Now, I saw you look down. Do you have your report up there?
Yes, I do.
That's from August 29, 2016.
It's going to be around that time, yes.
All right. So on August 15th, you go out there and you have enough specifics from the conversation with Luis Rivera that you go and spend the time to travel out there again, that you're out near the Interstate 75 corridor, right?
All I had was 2 bridges and a body of water, and I drove as far as I could make it that day. I went all the way to the Swanee River, which has 2 bridges and a body of water, but it was too big of an area to go by myself. So I went back, and then another day went with 2 other people.
We'll get to that in a second. But the point is here that with that exchange with Luis Rivera in the Jefferson County Jail, you get, and I agree, it's limited details, but you get details that then put you on the road to drive out looking for this body of water, right?
Right.
Now, on August 26th, you go back out and you go to the Osceola River, right?
Correct.
And you bring with you 2 other people from the state attorney's office.
Yes.
Investigator Sparkman?
Yes.
And analyst Balboni?
Yes.
Now, analyst Balboni, he brings out a metal detector with him too, right?
He did.
So you have enough details from this exchange with Luis Rivera that you've got 3 personnel, you got 2 trips, and you're driving around looking for a gun, right?
Yes.
From details that were given by Luis Rivera in that August meeting.
2 bridges and a body of water, and that was the closest one.
Luis Rivera never mentioned Katherine's name alongside those other details that you took in, did he?
Luis Rivera never spoke to me.
We're talking about the information as it's flowing from Luis Rivera and his attorney over to yourself and the prosecutors. You're taking in information, details, enough so for you to do this investigation. Luis Rivera never mentioned Katherine.
I honestly don't recall.
Would your deposition help you remember?
Sure.
Page 39, starting on lines 24, continuing on to page 40. Take a look at that.
Starting on which line?
I'm going to read it again because there's a couple of them.
Okay.
We got pages 39 through 40. So the last two lines of page 39 and the first line of page 40. And then you can also take a look at page 43, lines 1 through 3.
The first two lines where you asked me,
43.
you mentioned Katie, and I said, I don't know.
You have no memory of Luis Rivera giving information to his attorney over to you and your team of Catherine's name. Is that accurate?
I mean, I don't recall those specific meetings now.
But you remember the talk about the gun.
The gun is what stood out to me to see if we could find it. Yeah.
So no deal was struck that day, right?
Which day?
This is the day that you're at Jefferson County with Georgia Kappelman. Luis Rivera's in the other room with his attorney, David Collins, and information's going back and forth. No deal was struck that day, right?
I wasn't part of any of the deal negotiations or plea negotiations.
Let's fast forward now about a month and a half to September 30th of 2016.
Okay.
You were present at the Jefferson County Jail again, right?
Yes.
Again with Miss Kappelman.
Yes.
Luis Rivera on that day finally names Katherine, right?
I don't know if it's finally, but he did say it that day, yes.
The next day, Katherine Magbanua was arrested.
Yes.
And Luis Rivera gets his deal, right?
Again, I wasn't a part of the plea negotiations.
You know that Luis Rivera takes a plea a couple days after that, right?
I know he pled in October, maybe, but I don't, like I said, I don't have the specifics on that.
Let's talk about the investigation of the gun a little bit more now.
Okay.
When you, Sparkman, and Balboni were out there at the river, you find a gun, right?
We do.
But it doesn't match up to the projectiles that were found in this case, does it?
No.
And you knew that right off the bat because you know guns.
I could tell it had nothing to do with this case.
But you didn't just say, leave it there, we're out of here.
No.
You needed to do due diligence and objective investigation of that firearm, right?
Right. I submitted it under this case for analysis from an expert.
Because it could be related somehow, right?
I wasn't just going to throw it away or put it, hide it under a different case. So the best decision was put it under this case because that's what we're looking for.
You took a series of photographs of this gun in the mud,
Yes.
about 15 of them.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Now, again, you had investigator Sparkman and analyst Balboni there with you,
Yes.
right? You also had a representative from the Madison County Sheriff's Office with you.
We did.
You had Madison County Sheriff's Office take possession of the firearm,
Correct.
impound it,
No, they signed it directly over to me.
and on that paperwork of signing it over to you, it was in relation to this case, not some other case.
Correct.
You then take the gun and you bring it over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
My normal thing would be to turn it into Tallahassee Police Department and they submit it to FDLE, and should be what I did here.
Do you not remember?
That's been three plus years ago.
Would taking a look at your deposition help? Page 45, lines 19 through 21.
What are you asking me to review? Because it's what I just said.
You submitted the gun over to FDLE.
So you asked me the gun that was submitted to the lab.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you present because you're
removed from the rule of sequestration. Were you present in the courtroom when Dana Beth Ritchie testified?
No.
All right. Are you aware of her testimony
I
about
know
the
she
testing on that,
I know she testified.
about the testing of that gun?
No, if she testified to that gun, I don't know. I'm not aware.
So the whole point that we're getting here is there's a gun that you don't believe is tied to the murder in any way, but you still objectively investigated it. You'd agree with that, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about your procedure specifically with this case. You're working with the Tallahassee Police Department and also the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
A piece of information comes in that somebody wants to talk. You let the FBI, the Tallahassee Police Department know, hey, there's somebody that wants to talk, there's somebody that has information, right?
Yes.
In December of 2016, now this would be after Luis Rivera has pled, you and your office receive a letter from Jennifer Mosley. You remember that?
I do.
And Miss Mosley says that she has new information or confirmation of facts on Luis Rivera. You remember that, right?
I do, vaguely.
If you don't remember, would it help you to take a look at her letter?
Possibly.
May I review the letter first, Judge?
What's that?
May I review the item?
Sure.
I mean, I remember this letter, yes.
Now, that letter comes in after Luis Rivera has become a state's witness, right?
Yes.
And it talks about having information. Investigative steps, Your Honor.
Sustained it.
Did you ever meet with Miss Mosley?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Withdrawn. You never met with Miss Mosley, did you?
I don't know. I've actually met with Miss Mosley before, but I don't know if it was on this case or not.
Now, if she were to say something that would impeach Luis Rivera, that would be bad for your theory and prosecution on the case, right?
I'm sure it would.
Let's go to another person now. Juan Marcos Vega.
Okay.
You never shared that information with the Tallahassee Police Department, did you?
Yes, we did.
Who'd you share it with?
We would have been in constant communication back and forth with the supervisors and investigators over there.
Never shared it with Patrick Sanford.
He would have been aware, whether they remembered or not. I don't know.
So the Leon County State Attorney's Office in the fall of 2016, right around the time that Luis Rivera is becoming a state's witness, you receive a letter from Imran Hussein, right?
Correct.
That leads you to have a phone call with Imran Hussein, right?
Correct.
And Imran Hussein tells you that there's some.
Objection, hearsay.
This goes upward.
Investigator,
Yes.
after receiving this information, you yourself alone drove down to South Florida and met with Juan Marcos Vega, correct?
I drove to South Florida. I had a Miami-Dade police officer with me.
Lee Cout, correct?
Yes.
Detective Lee Cout.
Yes,
You went in and you spoke to him.
I did.
You would agree with me that in your words, that it was the wrong approach.
Objection violates the ruling you just made, Judge.
Overruled. Call for yes or no.
Investigator, I'm not asking you for the substance of the communication with Juan Marcos Vega. But you would agree with me, your words, that the way that you questioned him was the wrong approach.
Yes.
Hearsay is in the question.
Overruled. All right, that's been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. DeCosta.
You recorded that interview, right?
Move on, Mr. DeCosta.
Oh, this
We're
goes
done with this subject.
This goes to the next topic, Your Honor.
Well, let's get to the next topic.
The meeting with Luis Rivera on 9/30. You remember that? You were present.
Yes.
That wasn't recorded.
No.
The one that we just spoke about was.
Yes.
Moving forward now in time to 2019. A woman named Amy Manka, your interview with her, not recorded.
No.
Brenda Ward,
No.
2 meetings, July and August of 2019, not recorded, right?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Two quick things on those names. With the meeting with Amy Manka, you went to her. She didn't come to you, right?
Correct.
Brenda Ward, she came to you, or you went to her. She didn't come to you.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Proceed.
Investigator Newland, when Mr. DeCosta was asking you about Juan Marcos Vega, that is that was one of the defendants on Luis Rivera's Latin King indictment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were there any other Latin Kings that you interviewed that were on the RICO indictment that Luis Rivera was on?
No.
Okay.
Say.
Reference to the August 16th meeting, that was the very first meeting that had anything to do with Mr. Rivera's cooperation. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right, and that was the meeting where nobody talked to Mr. Rivera personally except for his counsel.
Correct.
Okay. And during that meeting, I think your testimony is basically what you got out of it is that you were going to go out and look for a gun.
Correct.
All right. Did you take notes or do anything to memorialize the substance of what Mr. Rivera was saying?
No, I did not.
Okay. So specifically, you were asked, did he mention Katherine Magbanua in that meeting? Do you know, yes or no, whether he did or not?
I really don't remember.
Okay. And so can you tell this jury that there was anything in that meeting that came through Mr. Rivera's lawyer that was inconsistent with his later statements?
No.
Did anybody during that meeting that you observed write down or indicate to Mr. Rivera's attorney what it was that Mr. Rivera needed to say to get a deal, or who it was that he needed to implicate to help himself?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Investigator Nolan, the only people that knew what happened in that room where Luis Rivera was in is him and his attorney, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Right, hey, Jerry, I have a question of this one. All right, you can step in. Call you next week.
Craig Isom.
State your name for us again, please.
Craig Isom.
And you remain under oath.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Investigator, how are you?
Good.
I want to ask you some questions about your September 30th, 2016 meeting with Luis Rivera. Do you have your report?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Luis Rivera tells you in that September 3rd, or before I go further, the only record that we have of this meeting is your report, right?
To my understanding.
We have no recording,
No.
no other reports.
I don't know of any other reports.
Luis Rivera tells you that the paperwork that was in the car with him and Sigfredo Garcia was a color photo, right?
Can you refer to the paragraph, please?
Page 3, right in the middle of the page.
So.
So third body down.
Well, I may be looking at a different format than you. If you can just give me a key word on the beginning of the paragraph would be very helpful.
Investigator, I'm going to give you the report as I have.
Okay.
So if you take a look at the third body down, second to last line, beginning with Rivera recalled.
Yes.
He told you it was a color photo, right?
I'm missing the words. You're looking down as you speak. He said what?
Color photo.
Okay.
Yes.
Go to the next body. During with discussion, so Luis Rivera explains to you that during discussion with Sigfredo Garcia while waiting to see the target, that he learned the ex-wife's name was Wendy, right?
Yes.
And Garcia said hired Katie to have her ex-husband killed.
Yes.
Wendy wasn't arrested, right?
No.
Now, Luis Rivera also explains to you how on the morning of July 17th, that he's allegedly by the house of Dan Markel and sees Wendy Adelson and the two boys, right? You want to take a look at the bottom of page 3.
He asked who the lady was that was watching their car go by. And Garcia responded, that's the lady that wants this done.
Luis Rivera didn't tell you on September 30th the additional fact of, oh, I saw her walk down the driveway of Dan Markel's house and go into the house. He didn't share that with you, did he?
No. That Wendy, who he identifies as Wendy, walked down the driveway and went into a house.
So I'm asking if Luis Rivera said something during September 30th, specifically the fact that when he saw this woman with these 2 kids, that he also saw the woman. Question?
Wendy saw this woman is what I just heard. I want to make sure.
We'll back up. We'll back up. Did Luis Rivera on September 30th, did he say that the woman that he saw, that he claims Sigfredo Garcia identified as Wendy Adelson, that he saw that woman and the 2 boys walk down the driveway of Dan Markel's house and go into the house right after he saw it?
I didn't hear that. I never heard that.
Now, during your investigation, you actually learned that it was not possible that she could have been there with the boys because the boys were preschool, right?
Yes.
Let's go to the next page. During this September 30th, 2016 meeting, Luis Rivera tells you that on the second trip, they only brought 1 handgun, right? 5th line down, page 4.
Yes.
Now going to the bottom of page 4, still on September 30th, 2016, Rivera explains to you how after the homicide that there was this apparent phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua. And all he tells you was that the words, "it's done," and there was an answer of, "I know." That's it, right? To make sure we're clear here, because you gave me a look there for a second. Luis Rivera says that after the homicide, that Sigfredo Garcia calls Katherine Magbanua, says it's done, and that her response is only, "I know."
Yes.
Now, initially, Luis Rivera said that Garcia told him her response, right?
Yes.
And then during this meeting on September 30th, he then later clarified that he could actually hear the voice through the phone.
Yes.
Let's go to the next page. On September 30th, 2016, Luis Rivera tells you how on the morning of July 19th, that he received a call on his cell phone from Katherine. So we're on page 5, and we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
In your investigation of the case, you found out that it was not Katherine Magbanua calling Luis Rivera, but the reverse.
To my understanding, is what I was told, yes.
Further, in his explanation of the morning of July 19th, he gives you the Latin king name of Rivera, right?
Yes.
Do you know Heber's real name?
I don't recall it. I think we identified him at some point, but I don't recall his real name or his last name.
Ever met with Rivera?
No.
Ever know if Rivera is Anthony Ortiz or not?
I'm not quite sure if that was the name.
It's your understanding that Rivera is a Latin king,
Yes.
based on what Luis Rivera said.
Yes.
Your understanding of Latin kings is that they have a name like Luis Rivera is King Tato,
Yes.
right? That Anthony Ortiz is King Little Anthony. right?
I can't clarify that. I can't confirm that's the name, Latin King name.
The only thing he gives you that morning is the name Hebero, right?
Yeah, and that's a Spanish name. I don't know anything more than that as far as clarifying.
All right, let's talk about the money now. Luis Rivera says that the money came in a shopping bag, right?
Yes.
Not a brown bag.
He identified it as a disposable type grocery sack.
Like
bag.
like a Publix plastic bag.
I believe it was Publix or some type of plastic brown bag.
That he claimed that he took some of that money and he gave it to his mother.
Yes.
And to his ex-wife Jessica Rodriguez.
Yes.
You never met with Luis Rivera's mother to confirm or deny that, did you?
Nope.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that after you meet with Luis Rivera on September 30th, you allow him to use your personal cell phone to contact Jessica Rodriguez.
No. No, sir.
Did Luis Rivera contact Jessica Rodriguez after that September 30th meeting, if you know?
I don't know. Not in my presence.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Investigator, final questions. Luis Rivera never mentioned to you hoods and masks, did he?
One more time, I'm not sure I heard it right.
Late in the day, I'm talking quiet. He never mentioned hoods and masks, did he?
I don't remember that term in the September 30th interview.
So just to make sure that you have the question clear, September 30th, you're meeting with Luis Rivera. You're talking about the June trip and the July trip. Luis Rivera never mentions the bringing of hoods and masks, did he?
No.
Luis Rivera never mentioned to you the third trip to Tallahassee, did he?
No.
The third trip between, allegedly, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony. He never mentioned that, did he?
Rivera he did not mention that specifically, but he did mention that because Garcia did not need a map or anything else, he had to have been up here at some time before. But I don't know of a third trip.
Before you meet with him, correct me if I'm wrong, this meeting that you're having with him, you've been contacted by the state attorney's office. Luis Rivera wants to cut a deal. Need you to go in there and get his information.
Right.
And you go in there and you swear him in. We want the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Right. He never shared with you that there was a third trip by Sigfredo Garcia with King Anthony.
Not specifically that, but once again, when the question came up about how Garcia knew where to go in Tallahassee, he didn't need a map. He didn't need directions. So Luis shared that he must have already been here before. But I don't have any other knowledge than that.
That's not in your report, is it?
No.
Now, after whenever this was said, you, of course, immediately then went and met with King Anthony, right?
No.
Because the information that was given to you was not specific, saying the name King Anthony, right?
Correct. We didn't know who, if that was even, that was just Luis's assumption, Luis Rivera's assumption that by not needing a map, and not needing directions, he must have been here before.
One brief moment, John.
We're gonna have to work on Mr. DeCosta's definition of one question.
In my defense, Ms. Kwas gave me a piece of paper with another question. No question, John.
Garcia. Thank you. Stay. All right. Did you have a question for this witness? All right. You can step down. Let's go sidebar with the attorney. We don't need to be afraid. Okay, we'll break it for the night. That's not right. All right. 8:45 tomorrow, same place, same time. We'll have a good evening. Let's, everybody have a seat. Let's come back to session for a moment. So what do you, how much more are you anticipating, Mr. DeCosta?
I know, and I'm just confirmed with it. An hour, and then the decision whether Ms. Magbanua is going to testify or not.
So y'all gonna discuss that tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Any other issues from anybody?
Your Honor, if I could bring up an evidentiary issue,
Okay.
just to make sure that the court's clear on what we've been trying to do here. So I've tried a few times to move in an exhibit, and it's documents that were received in response to a subpoena by the state attorney's office to Apple. I have the business record certification. It's the same thing that I'm showing with respect to the incorrect phone number for Louis Rivera. I have, and we have the witnesses testifying. We have the warrant that's sent to Apple, the business record certification from Apple, and also what Agent Sanford has identified as the response to the subpoena from Apple for the phone number for Louis Rivera that has that information. He testified, it's in his report, he received this. We're seeking to move this in. I think that we've established enough, and especially with the business record certification, we've authenticated it. The business record certification is around hearsay. We also have Sherry Bennett that's coming to the stand, and she's the one that did the warrant to go to Apple to get these documents.
So what's in there other than his phone number?
I can hand it up to Your Honor.
Okay.
For the record, it's 25.
So the defense theory is that this shows another phone number for Mr. Rivera. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, Your Honor. It also impeaches him because he testified that he had a different phone number, or he testified that he had a certain phone number, yet the response from Apple is as to a different phone number. So there's multiple theories with which we believe that it is admissible at this point. And I would see.
Do you think, Katherine?
No, sir, I didn't know if you were waiting on me.
No,
or
no,
you
I
were looking
I asked
into
what the
it.
state's position.
I'm objecting, Judge. I'll rely on my previous relevance objection and lack of foundation, since we don't know how this information is created and how it's inputted, whether it's done by the user or by the company. So I don't think it's properly admitted as business record.
Your Honor, I can respond to that.
You bet.
So under the first prong, it would be that we have a business record certification and it's relevant on the issue. If it were something that were entered in by Luis Rivera, then it comes in for the purpose of impeachment. So there are two ways with which it can come in, either through the business record certificate. It's already been authenticated. It's a matter of hearsay now, either the business record certification or to impeach the testimony of Luis Rivera that the state elicited as to his phone number. So if he's entering into his iPhone a phone number that's different than the one that he testified about, then it's a matter of impeachment.
Say that last part again.
So Luis Rivera testified that he had a certain phone number.
Right.
If the government's saying that it's now unreliable, it's their evidence, they got it from Apple, directly from Apple, but their belief is, well, it could have been entered in by Luis Rivera. Well, it would still then be admissible for the purpose of impeaching Luis Rivera. Because if Luis Rivera is entering into his iPhone a different phone number, it impeaches his testimony that a different phone number belongs to him.
Is this the complete record?
That's what we received in discovery, along with the business record certification and also the search warrant that was sent to Apple by investigator. And that was the response that they received.
As you understand this, the full record was kept.
I have no reason to dispute that, Your Honor. I don't know
It's
the
just,
answer.
it's very confusing, truthfully. It looks like what it's showing is that that Rivera bought a phone on February 11th, 2013, an iPhone. But some of the dates in here are very confusing, because one of the pages in here shows an inception date of 10/17/12, which doesn't really make any sense. So we have an inception date before 6 months before he bought the phone. I don't know. Have you asked somebody to attempt to explain it?
Your Honor, we're not going to be arguing any of that. So I can tell Your Honor the answer to that. It's you set up an iCloud account, you set up your Apple account, and that can predate the phone that's set up. The only reason why we're bringing this in right now is specifically as the phone number that's entered in. The reason that this is so necessary, the government is going to argue that Katherine Magbanua was calling a phone number that the first 3 digits after the area code was 934. And Luis Rivera got up on the stand and he goes, that's my phone number, 934, I think it's 1165. He testified and he said that. And they're going to say, well, there's communication between that phone number that Luis Rivera has identified as his own and Katherine Magbanua before the June trip and before the July trip. The information that they received, that the government received from Apple, from their search warrant, was for a phone number that is 1 digit different. It's 935-1165. Whether it was entered in by Luis Rivera, whether it is the actual assigned phone number to him, it is admissible. If it's him entering it in, it's to impeach his testimony. If it's not considered to be impeachment, we have the business record certification. It is absolutely relevant that the number that Apple has for Luis Rivera is not the phone number that he's saying is his, and the phone number that the government is going to say was communicating with Katherine Magbanua before the June trip and before the July trip. I believe for the government to argue in light of this known evidence.
I'm gonna allow it in, but I want you to be careful. Do not argue that this is a phone record for 305-935-6615. It is not. It is a record from Apple relating to his purchase of a phone, or perhaps the setting up of an iCloud, in which they have noted this is the subscriber information provided by the customer. That's different than saying this is a phone record for this phone number. It is not a phone record for this phone number. So there are many explanations for how that could be. It could be right, it could be wrong. That's what they have listed as subscriber information. I don't want to hear any argument to the contrary on it, but I will allow it in evidence. Right? Further?
That's all you're on.
Anything else? Right? See y'all at 8:30. What? With testimony? Yeah. We won't send it to the jury. What you're asking. No, it's not going to go to the jury. Hopefully we'll get testimony.
Even if